Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I don't think I ran ads yet. Did I? I'm not even sure. We got to run a minute and a half at the very least, but we shouldn't miss anything. Ooh, speaking of Euthermal, we do have the Cheese Maniac going up against Skilos. That's fun. That ain't bad at all. I think I want to get some games with Euthermal. I think I'd really love to see him in the loser bracket. Wow, that sounds... that sounds like I want... Like, all right, I can't wait till Euthermal gets knocked down. No, I think it'll be really fun to see a best of one random game. Best of one random games. He's like, nah. I'm going to have to ruin your plan, Steadfast. Let me just beat Skillus, herO, MaxPax, Clem. Sorry, I'm going to have to ruin your plans and just win the whole damn thing. Like, oh, okay. Giga Chad. GG Machine has been such an exciting player to watch on the come up. He's been absolutely killing it. The kid is very fast with quite good mechanics. Oh, I didn't even think about this. This could go into ByuN vs. Classic, which is not bad either. Would love to see how that one goes. Hey, thank you very much, Hyperbear, for the Prime resub at 15 months. Thank you. Very much appreciated. All right, let's get a prediction going. Best of 3 TVZ. ByuN. Or GG Machine. GG Machine, of course, a very, young, gifted Zerg player. Has been kind of working his booty off, I would say, a little bit. Hey, welcome Chauncis and Zergburger on YouTube. Once again, we will be doing a little sponsored segment at the end of the tournament. That'll take place solely on Twitch. We'll cut the YouTube video by that point. But yeah, that's just going to be an hour of sponsored content. Sponsored content. Too bad Percy dipped early. Yeah, it looks like he no-showed. Third, welcome. I always forget the translation and then I punch it in on Google Translate and then I'm like, oh yeah. Tremble. Welcome, Tremble. But I recognize the characters. I can't remember the translation right away. Right away makes it seem like I can recognize it without, once again, plugging it in to YouTube. There we go. Tourmaline going to be map number 1. That's got to be ByuN's map pick. Oh, Singapore server. Yeah, no. Oh, no. That would be super dupes unplayable. For GG Machine. I actually wonder if that's the worst possible server you can pick for a European player. Yeah, I legit don't know if there's a worst possible one that that they would have to play on, that a European player would have to play on. I think that is the worst possible one. Hey, thank you very much, Kaido K, for the Prime resub at 39 months. To be fair, he was at the final of the Wardy TV Monday. China? I think China would actually be geographically closer. So Singapore is so far away that it's actually, you have to now go the other way around the world to get closer. And since obviously Europe is on the northern hemisphere, relative position north-south actually comes into play. Might be worse routing-wise. Oh, to China? That is very possible. But I feel like Singapore is going to head through the same location. Australia might be worse. It would actually come down a lot to routing and even time of day, because I think routing is impacted pretty heavily by time of day. Anyway, spawning up at the top right with an in-base barracks. Normally not notable, but for him it is. It's the Shopify Rebellion's ByuN. This is played on West server, speaking of ping and whatnot. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left, it is GG Machine. Youngster, very fast player. As I say that, he is, you know, not blazing away the keys just yet. Here to pump these numbers up. Thank you very much, Kindle Cloud Reader. I'm here to pump you up. Well, hopefully you get some restful sleep there, Setsuna Mayu. GG Machine sending the Overlord very far forward. I actually think this is kind of a neat way to play against ByuN specifically, because it lets you know if it is going to be 2 racks Reaper a fair bit earlier. Well, I mean, you're gonna know with the Overlord at the natural. Yeah, no, and yeah, no, never mind. Never mind. Irrelevant. Yeah, I did see that one, Potato Wizard. That stings. That stings. It does give information, of course, on this Reaper jump, and if your opponent is heading towards the third base. GG Machine does have that drone on position. He's doing what I like to do, which is building Ling speed immediately, and then taking a 32 supply third hatch. Now, if your opponent obviously sends an SCV onto the map to try and block the hatchery, this is not really a viable way to play, but his ByuN is not a worker scouter. Should be just fine here. Good grenade from ByuN. That will net him a kill on one of those Lings. But Creep Tumor gets down. No big deal. ByuN does fire up a very quick 1-1-1. No third CC just yet. And this is almost certainly going to be fast Cloak Banshees. The main thing is that as Zerg player, you need to recognize this. Oh, actually, hold that thought. We had a pretty late 36 Overlord here. But yeah, the main thing for the Zerg players, you need to recognize this. You need your spores about, I would say, about 20 seconds earlier. You want them maybe around 4:35, 4:40. Normally, you get them maybe even 4:30, depending. Oh, but it's actually not going to be Cloak Banshee. It is going to be a very fast Stamina Viking. Okay. Wow, really? Quite interesting here. This makes me think ByuN is going to go for 2 more barracks before he builds his third CC. But not sure yet. Also, big question mark is, will he add on a Liberator after the Viking? There it is. There's a second barracks and the third. Just 4 Hellions being made. And, oh, here's where this Overlord actually comes in handy really nicely. GG Machine was already setting up for a counterattack. No additional Hellions are being made. This is going to be a lot of dead SCVs. Lings into the main, in fact. Oh, this is disastrous for ByuN. But on the other side of the map, a lot of drones are going to go down. The thing is, the Hellions will eventually get cleaned up. Whereas the Lings, they're not going to. And GG Machine is going to force out the early GG. Yeah, there was no Banshee. No nothing. And once those Lings get into the main base, there's actually nothing to protect the production. Damn. That, Just like GG Machine drew it up. Wow. That is not really supposed to happen that way, but damn. Thank you very much. Yuda man. Well, I appreciate that. Just checking in. And oh, Terran is a sin. I feel like Terran itself is not inherently a sin, but perhaps Mech Terran. Bio Terran? Random lane run by, the bane of my existence. Yeah, even with no Banshee out, if ByuN lifts the depot, at the very least, he doesn't die. He's going to lose a lot of SCVs at the natural. I think there was at least one mule down there, but he was obviously killing a lot of drones as well. The problem for ByuN in that scenario was, yeah, there was just no way to clean up the lanes. Like, he literally had nothing. The Marines had died. There was a lot of links. No Hellions. He hadn't built more. He was already swapping into additional barracks production. Like, that was as perfect for GG Machine as it possibly could be. And ByuN got punished super, super hard. And now we are going to see he has to try and get something done with ping disadvantage now. And it is going to be Mothership for the map. Spawning up the top left, it is ByuN in the blue. And his opponent spawning down in the bottom middle. It is GG Machine in the orange this time. Ling run-bys probably are the most difficult thing to deal with, I think, in terms of, like, it's a relatively simple bit of execution. Basically, you just need to, you know, kind of think to do it. It's not as though the micro with it is some extremely complex thing. The timing of it is really where it comes in the most, and that's why it's a really good idea to do that when you are playing with ping disadvantage. It's a gambit, obviously, but worked out very well for GG Machine. I mean, I literally couldn't have worked out better. It won in the game. I think I'd rather have to deal with a turtleneck Terran than a Protoss unkillable death ball, but I guess pick your poison. Yeah, I think it's... It depends a lot. They're both definitely things that you can beat. And they both have win conditions that are very frustrating, which is like kind of if they get there. In a lot of cases, if you don't have the mechanics to pull off the counter, it can feel suffocating. GG Machine, by the way, is, unfortunately for him, scouting the wrong direction. Reaper into the main base. We'll see how many Reapers ByuN goes for. It looks like 3 for now, and that is going to be it. Good save from GG Machine with the Spore Crawler morph. Oh, but he's going to lose a drone here. No, he doesn't. Wow. I thought ByuN was going to click the lower HP drone, but he didn't, and it ends up getting a Spore Crawler morph again. Nice job from GG Machine. Oh, Roach Warren. Okay. Oh, this could be very, very scary for ByuN if he doesn't realize what is going on. He's adding a factory. Not able to get the kill on these drones. I really like this, actually. We don't often see these kind of plays. Okay, will ByuN see the second gas? He's going to see a relatively low number of drones, but that's not crazy. A lot of Zerg players like to take this very seriously until it's cleaned up. This actually feels super, super dangerous for ByuN. But the fact that he is going for a tech lab and a quick starport will give him access to Banshee tech and is going to give him a chance to hold this. Actually, hang on. GG Machine's building a third. Did he cancel? No, he didn't cancel the Roach Warren. Hello? Is he... Okay, maybe he's looking at this and deciding what he's going to do based on what he sees in the wall. 32 drones is by no means macro play. By any means just yet. And ByuN will get the Banshee out in time for this attack. Not immediately, but it will be in time for this attack, basically. Oh, I love the SCV kind of getting cut off there. Now, there is no wall at the front, but obviously there's this... or sorry, at the ramp, I should say. There is a wall at the front. There's quite literally one. Now, Stim should get denied, but ByuN is going to be on a third CC. That safety Banshee, even without Cloak, is going to be very, very handy for him. ByuN, even without a bunker, does have the tools he needs to eventually clean this up. GG Machine could get a massive amount of damage, though, and potentially be in a position to macro out of this. ByuN can, of course, add on a secondary Banshee. Stim is going to get denied immediately. And done. That is done basically without any losses. Corrosive Vials will come in. Oh, gotta be careful with the Banshee. Does not step into range. SCV is going to try and pull. This is where the lack of a wall is scary. But I love that he brings the SCVs to tank for the Marines. Just going to try and keep them alive as long as possible to clear the army as quickly as possible. And ByuN is doing a pretty phenomenal job right here so far. GG Machine is starting to drone out of this, but... I mean, the Banshee has already cleared up almost every single Ravager. Finally does go down. Last one, but... yeah, this was expertly handled by ByuN. And he comes out of this with in a very good position. There's no creep spread. Literally not a single tumor on the map. No lair. Spore Crawlers have to start up, even though it's just cloakless Banshees. And they're also just not crossing the map just yet. Oh, this is scary not having a wall here, and ByuN's going to fix that. He is supply blocked, actually, at 61 of 61. But with triple orbital, he's got the access to mules and as well depot top hats. He's already resupply blocked here. He needs more depots, and he might even need an additional depot top hat. Yeah, it is blocking SCV production. On the other side, even just 2 drones going down to these Banshees is no fun whatsoever for GG Machine, as he does have a lair. Is that going to... oh, it's going to be a Hydra Den. I mean, I do feel like you're kind of in an unwinnable position as the Zerg, unless the Terran makes a pretty massive blunder. And to be fair, ByuN has actually been supply blocked really hard for a while, but that's still not enough to make up for the difference. It's very... it feels weird that ByuN is not like not prioritizing depots harder. Where are drones dying? Oh, on the right side. Oh, he poked into the natural, got some drones. GG Machine did race up to 60+ drones pretty quickly. ByuN has his armory already done. Very surprised to see +1 vehicle weapons before the 2-2. I think the 2-2 is a much more natural choice. GG Machine, I mean, he's getting an infestation pit. No Evos, by the way. That's what kind of surprises me about this. Good job from ByuN. He's been a real pain in the ass with these Banshees. Finally, a couple of Evo chambers do go down. But GG Machine is obviously going to try and just kind of play from behind and hope for the best. Hydras do get their speed upgrade. You can see without it trying to chase down Banshees. Even not taking into account the air versus ground difference, where, you know, you don't have to worry about pathing. It's already pretty tough to make it work. We did see ByuN was late on his +2 attack, I should say. But this push he's got right now, it is very scary. Combat Shields was obviously delayed as Stim was sniped. Man, ByuN supply blocked again. I feel like he just needs to build 4 depots at one point and get back ahead of, like, the supply difference. Nice counterattack from GG Machine. He actually does find a cancel on the 4CC. Finds a couple of tanks kind of air quotes on their own, but there was enough army close enough. Still, that was a nice little move from GG Machine. It's not anywhere near enough to give him what he needs. What he needs is mega fungals. The biggest fungals you've seen. And ByuN is kind of stepping far forward onto creep, but as GG Machine would have to come down to ramp very awkwardly, it ends up kind of being a bait. Yeah, that fungal looked kind of nice, but it was deceptive, I would say. Banshees being kept alive are super handy for the defense at home. Not that they matter for the defense, but I'd love to see them repaired back up. Regardless, ByuN is going to continue forward with the push. No, that's a really big fungal, but with the position ByuN has, the upgrade lead, yeah, even with fungaled Marines, 3 tanks with +1 vehicle weapons are shredding these Hydras. GG Machine has done pretty much everything he could have, and he might actually be able to clear this now. Hang on. There's reinforcements flooding across the map, but before they get there, the tanks do get taken out. I'm very impressed that GG Machine has done anything here. And ByuN, now it's a little awkward. Stimmed Marines. Yeah, that's not the best situation, actually, for ByuN. Now there's 2 fungals available. Oh, this time the splits... Well, first split was very good from ByuN. Second one, less so. Third one, very bad, but it is 2-2 versus 0-0. 1-1 is now going to complete. GG Machine has been, like, clinging to the edge of a cliff by his fingernails. Not even his fingertips, the nails themselves. But once again, he holds. He is so far behind in the worker count. Tech, infrastructure. But he is alive. Now, this follow-up push. Are there any fungals available? No. He has only lost one of the 3 infestors that he made. Now Marauders being added in, though. They're going to be really tanky against the Hydras, even if they're not ideal in terms of fighting them. GG Machine has not been able to afford his 2-2. Meanwhile, ByuN has started up his 3-3. No +2 vehicle weapons, but... Oh, there it is. I was going to say, but concussive shells. Double tank production. Why is this here? He made this reactor for the starport and then swapped it off and made a different reactor. GG Machine is adding a lurker den. Once again, like, these are really the best percentage chance plays he has. It's a shame that he went for the attack that he did, and it failed so horribly. ByuN once again encroaching on this pocket third base with the push. The creep has never really had a chance to move forward, and this time I think the army is just far too big to actually be contested. 2-2 will get fired up by GG Machine, but calling that a Hail Mary is almost insulting to the Hail Mary throw the ball up play, the actual Hail Mary from football, because at least there's a chance your opponent could catch it. Or sorry, there's at least a chance your guys could catch it. GG Machine really just has to hope for, you know, ByuN to fall out of his chair. And somehow he's hit hold fire on all of his units. That's a big fungal. Lurkers are now out. But ByuN is just, he is playing this methodically, calmly, patiently. No problem at all. And I do love this. This is a really great way to make sure that GG Machine not only can't win the game, but can't really experience too much success towards the tail end of this. I actually think ByuN should even just double down on this position. Oh, snipe on the infestors. Does get one. Second one will survive. We'll get enough energy for another fungal. It's a good one. He's going to get both medevacs. He's going to deny high ground vision. Okay, so much for not giving GG Machine more victories there. Even in defeat, GG Machine holding his head high from an, I would say, yeah, pretty unwinnable position at like maybe the 5-minute mark after that attack was held, 5:30. He made a hell of a game for the following, like, 8 minutes, 7 minutes. I don't want to make it seem like ByuN was actually at risk of losing that game. He wasn't. But GG Machine, like, did the absolute most you could ever expect. ByuN, though, I mean, he was playing with ping disadvantage, so you don't have to, like, overdo it, so to speak. My headcanon for why the factory is always at the third is the third is that real estate is too expensive for the factory crews to afford. Yeah, I mean, once you've got the Terran base all set up, you know, housing prices, they just skyrocket. The Barracks Union Committee. Yeah, they're allowed one factory, but no factories. Starports, though. Starports are like, they're so supportive of the Marines that they're like, yeah, we got room for starports. But, like, barracks or factories, I don't know. We don't mix well with siege tanks. They're constantly shooting us when they're supposed to be shooting the enemy. And they call it friendly fire. It doesn't seem very friendly, does it? All right, minute and a half of ads real quick. Welcome to Kua on YouTube. Euthermal playing, nice. Yeah. Trauma from trapping tanks in their base? Yeah, 100%. 100%. There is definitely, yeah. I think ByuN himself has actually had that happen more than a few times. I think also, once you've got most of your production set up in the main base, you don't want to have to pull the workers around as much. Because it's just kind of unpleasant. You know, like you're dislodging them from potentially nice double stacks. Yeah, so you start building your depots in the natural. You add your factory at the third. It's also kind of nice because it provides a bit of Sim City. Banshees get to sit at the third base and defend that position. Yeah, I think there's a lot of virtue to it. Spawning down to the bottom right with the Shopify Rebellion, it's ByuN in the blue. It's also Habit. And spawning up the top left for... Hey, he's teamless, isn't he? It's GG Machine in the orange. Welcome, Seb. Hope you're doing well. Okay, we're going to be seeing another low ground barracks. No surprise there. He didn't do this in game 1, but he did, of course, in game 2 and 3. Percival has the best TVP. Damn, that's a statement and a hype right there, isn't it? I don't know that I can agree with it, but I can say that I've been really impressed with Percival's TVP. I think he has been grinding like crazy and has become one of the peskiest players out there. Honestly agree. Damn. I'm assuming he won the Wardy TV finals or something today, or he beat some really good players. Oh, he started a Marine, cancels it, starts a third Reaper. Okay. Very few players that feel worse, feel worse to play versus than Percival. Yeah. Yeah, I could totally see that. I think that's actually the case for TVZ. I think Maru is probably more frustrating to play against. But Percival is actually so incredibly underrated. He's really fast. He's really, really good at what he does. Also beat Classic and Shameless. Nice. It's kind of neat that Shameless is now getting put in like a tier like that. I mean, he's been delivering results for a while. Oh, nice movement here with the Reapers. And the Evo Chamber does not get the wall. This is disastrous for GG Machine. Very nice move, zoning out these Reapers. Or zoning out the Queens and then rotating down the ramp. You don't really think of the ramp as like where the Reapers can travel because they're just so often going up and down cliffs. But of course they can. Oh, these are great grenades. He's going to knock the Queen a third time. This Queen is dead if he wants it. But Ling Speed will complete. Oh, ByuN. Uh-oh. He's not backing away. This has gone from extremely good to still very good, I would say, actually. 3 drones with this is a lot. Oh, if he can find more, that would be so, so nice. And he will. Good decision-making right there from ByuN, clicking the 1 drone that was in that little triangular pocket. So it has farther to travel to morph into a spore. And that makes it 4 drones killed. That is nasty. Now, losing the Reapers, it undercuts the feels, the good vibes of this. But this is still a good play. ByuN going to get a safety Banshee once again, it looks like. GG Machine will open up with a single Evo. He did take the vertical third base, but just not right away. Of course, GG Machine did get a little bit, we got to talk about this, a little bit scamboozled by the ping. He had the Evo chamber, and I think on low ping he would have gotten it down, but there is something to be said for you kind of have to play to your surroundings, right? You kind of have to play to the fact that, well, the ping is going to be what it's going to be. We do see a nice little lift on a barracks that gets him the kill on the Ovi. Double NG bait coming in. And of course, since it is just a normal bit of macro play from GG Machine, we're going to be seeing just the single Banshee. Oh, ByuN with a little misplace right here. Oopsie. Don't you hate it when you try and plug the USB in and it's upside down? That's kind of what it's like plugging the starport into the reactor, just a little bit off position. I don't even think it's that, Meal Solutions. I think just more so that like Zerg has actually been nerfed so many times that even Serral is having a tough time. If anything, I might have agreed if he hadn't turned things around on Maru and Clem in that was Pigsty, right? Oh, is he going to try and engage onto this? The medevacs are here now. Full Queens. Nope, they're going to be protected. It looked like there was an opportunity to maybe snipe down 1 or even 2 of the Queens, but ByuN didn't target fire and didn't commit into this. There's no Spore Crawler in the main, and even with a single Queen here, there is potential for a lot of damage. ByuN just kind of putting this Banshee in the pocket, in the spot, in the position. Meanwhile, cancel forced out on the 4th base. There is another one being produced. Oh, no combat shields, no 1-1. So this will be enough surface area to get a cleanup. Banshee does put itself in the corner and will survive. Got 5 kills, though. Oh. Yeah, I'm going to drop back out, but the Lings are in position. They do a good job. Oh, looks like the Banshee might have been F2'd because it kind of just ran back into its death. +1 Carapace is done for GG Machine. He fires up the 1-2. Meanwhile, ByuN almost perfectly timed on the armory there. Then about 5 seconds of perfect. And obviously earlier is better than later. So I consider that an A+ on armory timing. Yep, get out of the way, Lings. Drone gets through. ByuN is keeping the creep penned back on this left side, but through the middle. GG Machine is getting a lot done. ByuN, though, secondary medevac drop getting sent out to the top right. There's going to be an Overlord that spots it, and that will go down, but it will not supply block. There's the 2-2 on the way now. Infestor did just pop out. You heard it making like a weird snarfing sound. Oh, there's another one. Fungal does connect, and that's going to be a few dead Marines. There's a siege tank here. But this is going to be a pretty good fight. Oh, he unsieged the tank, but there wasn't enough room in the medevacs. It was one Marine too many. Medevac, of course, it takes... Oh, there was an SCV. The SCV actually stole the spot. Wow. What a dick. This has even took the healing from the Marines there. Oh, my God. Chester the dickhead SCV. Oh, don't mind if I do. Get me out of here. No, your job was to repair the tank. Oh, take the position of the tank, sure. How did you possibly misunderstand that? Those words sound nothing alike. Oh, yeah, don't mind me. Actual dick. Welcome, Miro, by the way. Hope you're doing well. Little Ling run by on the bottom side. GG Machine on 72 drones. He hasn't had a ridiculously good economy yet. Ooh. This Ling run by is getting some big damage. SCV is getting friendly fired super hard. Oh, that last tank blast. Another one. So much damage actually coming in from that. ByuN finds himself a good position in the natural, but there isn't a total block on this. ByuN. Oh, he is going to try and drop back in. Nope. Sees that his opponent is in position. GG Machine is playing a very nice game number 3. Ultra Cavern starts up. No 2-3 upgrades just yet for GG Machine, despite having the Hive. He just doesn't have the gas. Wanted the Adrenal Gland, wanted the Ultra Cavern. Only on 5 gas, and he did build a few Infestors. He's built some Banes as well. And once again, his economy has not been gangbusters. Good, but not, 78, 85 drones. Was on 72 for a while, is now getting up to a bit of a higher count. Widow Mines, they are going to be able to burrow and re-burrow. Oof, big mine shots. ByuN with some target, or retarget fire. GG Machine is doing a really good job of staying on top of this, but ByuN, has he finally found a bit of an opening? GG Machine will respond. ByuN. Got to be careful about the fungals. A couple of drones do go down. Good positioning from ByuN. Now with the Viper here. Both of these medevacs are one-tappable by parabombs. 102 and 120 HP. 120 HP, of course, the exact damage. There is a tank on the high ground set up here. ByuN trying to kite back. Infestor, from the low ground, gets a good fungal. Another one comes through. Siege tank will get the kill on one Infestor. Second one gets out of range. There's a lot of units in the medevacs here. Way more than I expected, actually, and I think definitely more than GG Machine expected. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, nice fungal here from GG Machine. That's going to get a full cleanup on this double drop from earlier. Another drop from earlier, also getting addressed quite well. GG Machine is handling this so incredibly well. Keeping up with some tenacious multitasking. Tenaciously aggressive is ByuN, and tenaciously defensive is GG Machine. And that parabomb is going to kill this medevac. Does he get any of the bio units out? No, they are all going to go down. But a kill on the base in the top middle is going to be pretty good. Tightness plating not quite done. +2 melee just starts. ByuN will get out of here with the vast majority of these units, but instead he's actually going to go back into the main. I mean, the Infestor, or pardon me, the Viper did use its parasitic bomb. Meanwhile, on the other side, though, GG Machine is feeling like he can get a little bit adventurous onto the map. He's not going to be able to follow through, though. Planetary Fortress is good. Liberator's good as well. And now the drop back to the low ground. Where are the Infestors? There's 2 Infestors on the field. Target fire on the Queens is not going to avail ByuN, as GG Machine was able to get some nice transfuses off. Good split against this, and good job from ByuN to load up into the medevacs that were not targeted. Speaking of targeting, attempts coming in to target down these medevacs with the Queens, not going to be able to happen. ByuN's able to pull back. Man, this has been a hell of a game number 3 already. 15 drones. Oh my god, where did 15 drones just die? Hello? Ooh, Infestor's getting sniped. 3 Marauders getting 2 huge kills on those Infestors. And that is going to enable another kill on this base. Very likely. GG Machine does not want to take this fight. Definitely not. Off creep. With no, he does have the Ultra Speed upgrade, but still, that's a lot of Marauders. That's a tank on the low ground. And he has to give up this base. Ling, run by, going to come through once again. And these are Adrenal Glands Lings, but they're only +1 melee, so they're actually not doing crazy amount of damage. Once again, I think more than anything, it's the tank-friendly fire that is really putting in the work here. Oh, there's a tank, or there's a Widowmine hidden underneath the tank. Only gets 7 kills. Could have been so much worse. Fungal Growth is going to connect on a quad drop that comes back into the main. That was meant to be a Spore. I can say that with a degree of certainty that is 100%. Parasitic Bomb is going to hit an empty medevac. GG Machine is still battling, but he is very far behind in supply now. And ByuN just now starts the Ghost Academy, but he's on 5 bases, just now taking his 5th. Widow Mines are not burrowed in this mineral line. Oh, it is not a good time to be an SCV in this mineral line specifically. I really want to know what killed those 15 drones. Was it just at this base? I feel like it must have been down on the bottom left, but I'm not 100% certain. GG Machine is going toe-to-toe, but ByuN has slowly but surely been grinding his opponent down. Fungal Growth will connect on a couple of Marauders. They do get taken out. This Infestor does not have energy for the Fungal, and a nice snipe from ByuN gets the kill. ByuN will get on out of there. Widowmine gets a kill on an Overseer. 4 more drones go down. Yeah, okay, Liberators. God, Liberators are such a pest to deal with during these high-octane moments. Even with Spores in position, if your opponent, you know, just doesn't put it on top of the Spore, or you don't have the attention to retarget or reburrow the Spore Crawler, it can be a big, big nuisance. Your opponent shift-clicks the Liberator. We are going to see the Liberators in position on this top right base. They're going to be able to hold here. Meanwhile, Widowmine, oh, it gets a big hit. 15 kills right there. There are 4 ghosts just randomly in the mineral line. EMP does come in on top of the Infestors. That's very nice. And the army of ByuN has gotten back in position. And GG Machine not able to get anything close to what he needed to with this attack. It has been a brutal game to be a worker. Somehow only 70 workers have died. It feels like there's been at least 10 or 11 different instances of worker kills, though. And it feels like multiple times it's been both players losing workers at the same time. By the way, +3 Carapace has now completed. And +3 melee is getting closer. ByuN getting into the late game NG Bay upgrades. How many orbitals does he have? 7 orbitals. I get the feeling these two might not be hotkeyed. Looking at the energy that they've got. That is a lot of energy to be sitting on. Oh yeah, these are definitely not hotkeyed. So he's functionally only on 5. So this drop of Lings might actually be the worst thing that he could do, because it draws attention to the fact that ByuN has so much energy. Meanwhile, ByuN going to get a kill on this base once again. Widowmine field is pretty darn good here, and there are quite a few ghosts with this army. Ling's going to try and drop in on top of this position. This siege tank with 56 kills. That's not even including all of the wholesale friendly fire of SCVs, Ghosts, Marines, Marauders, Widowmines. I could see this tank actually having close to 100 kills. Up to 65 enemy kills at this point. I like to imagine that this tank driver is, he's like the Pyro from TF2. Just laughing. The gunner in this tank. Four more command centers coming through. We've got another star port being added in. Is that the third? Second? I can't even find this. Oh, it's just the second. Wow. Meanwhile, we do have a Ooh, not a lot of bio to cover these ghosts. Oh, wow, that EMP somehow ended up getting dodged, but the bio is going to be able to get the kill on these units. Meanwhile, it kind of draws the Ultralisks back in. How many medevacs do we have? Ah, there's still 6 medevacs. No Ghost Cloak, though, for ByuN. That is a very important upgrade. I would actually say that's probably the most important upgrade for Terran to continue playing the way ByuN has been playing. Since you're putting your Ghost in harm's way so much, it's really important to be able to give them that opportunity to escape. Big Widow Mine comes in. Fungal Growth is nice, but there is just not enough follow-through. Too many snipes. Ultralisks die very quickly. Widow Mine... Oh, it looks like it targeted the Overlord, but I thought it was the other unit. Ooh, meanwhile, Lings, Veins, Ultralisks, Corruptors trying to break through at the natural, but Liberators are well set up. Veins are trying to connect on top of the Ghosts. They actually get very close, and he will actually get a couple of Ghosts. No, 1 Ghost kill. GG Machine has somehow made the supplies, like I legitimately don't understand how GG Machine is doing this. He is keeping so much pressure up on ByuN that he's actually forcing some mistakes and kind of keeping himself in this game. But as ByuN lands a 6th base, I mean, even without that 6th base, it kind of feels a little bit doomed on Ruby Rock because there's just not enough bases that it feels like GG Machine can safely take. The thing is, he has continued to spread creep through all of this, which is, of course, very, very impressive. And he's kind of made ByuN scared. A little bit. ByuN is now standing back, but we're going to see GG Machine actually running in. Okay. He looks at this army and wisely realizes, yeah, I can't touch that. I can't do anything with what I've got here. Feels like GG Machine has been bluffing. And ByuN is starting to buy it. Oh, Sensor Tower going to get Caustic Spray down. I was like, that's weird. What is it even hitting? But it's, yeah, the Sensor Tower. Both players have got to be feeling pretty exhausted here. Corruptor and an Overseer going down. It is a 12,000 resources lost advantage. And the thing is, ByuN does not need to force the issue right now. Not by any means. What he does need to / should be doing, once again, Ghost Cloak, Advanced Ballistics, get that Liberator range upgrade. GG Machine is... The fact that he's still spreading creep throughout all of this is very impressive. Like, even some of the fastest players in the world, the creep spread almost always slows down either to nothing or just slows down massively. And to be fair, you know, it has been a little bit less tenacious than the early game, but he's still pushing it so hard. And he still has it, like, blocking this base on the bottom right. GG Machine is going to try and find an opening on the top position, the 6th base of ByuN. There's no Ghost here for an EMP. Fungal Growth is actually going to connect. And the Planetary will fall. GG Machine's going to knock his opponent back down to 5 bases. Hello? The kid? There's a new kid in town? I will say ByuN, once again, is kind of making this a lot harder on himself than he needs to by not getting those important Liberator upgrades, not getting the Ghost Cloak. And he is still very far ahead in this game. He's got a huge bank. He's got the orbital farm, 9 orbitals. But, like, yeah, we're not seeing, like, mass siege tank on some of the peninsulas here, the high ground little nooks. Oh, Widow Mine does take out both Overseers, but I guess it doesn't really... Well, no, it does matter because you can't kill the mines, but it doesn't matter in terms of the Ghosts being unkillable. Corruptors. Oh, they're late to the party. Oops. Nope. They do get pulled back here. They do have +1 weapons, no armor. But +2 is getting close to completing. We've got 5 more Corruptors in production. ByuN is still continuing to build the difference in resources lost. And once again, he is still comfortably winning this game. But comfortably in terms of the numbers and comfortably in terms of how the game is going, maybe a little bit of a different story. Good defense here against this single Ling drop. Like, this is still a very, like, extremely good game for ByuN. Make no mistake. Oh, Corruptor's going to try and kill this command center, and they probably will get it, actually. ByuN now getting a lot more of the late game play here. Getting the +1 vehicle weapons, adding on a lot more tanks. He's gone up to 4 factories. Snipe comes in, does kill Corruptor. GG Machine can no longer really contest this position. He's going to try. I don't know about this one. There wasn't a ton of bio, but well, hang on. Actually, he did force the lift off, which means that the tanks and Liberators kind of get abandoned. That was actually probably the best fight GG Machine found in a while. Okay, now ByuN is really going for the late game setup. The Thors, the Hellbats, no blue flame. And I know I'm harping on it, but no Ghost Cloak is like... It is so insanely good, especially when he's been doing such a good job of sniping Overseers. Oh, God, these mines. 15 kills, 18 kills. GG Machine trying to batter his way through after a nice little cleanup here. There we go. Finally, the Ghost Cloak getting researched. And that is going to make things a hell of a lot easier for him. Still no... Is it a Fusion Core? I don't think so. It's always so hard for me to see a Fusion Core on the production tab. We are seeing Changelings finally starting to be added in. There we go. Smart Servos, second Armory. There's no fungal growth available on this bottom side. Thor's going to be... I mean, there's no Broodlords. He's anticipating a Broodlord switch that is not actually happening. GG Machine can't even afford it, really. But it does make sense, because you see this many Corruptors, you're going to assume that is what's happening. There's no chance of taking down this PF, not with the building armor. And it is going to rake in the kills on these Zerglings. Better late than never on the blue flame, on the cloak for the ghosts. We're going to be settling in potentially for a long game. Speaking of better late than never, same thing with the Changelings, actually. GG Machine has started putting some of those in. Oh, scan comes in. Infestor does not get targeted. He gets a fungal off. But there's a planetary at the front line. Even with a couple of ghosts and a decent number of bio units going down. Not a crazy number. It's still not going to achieve anywhere near enough. GG Machine needs to... He needs to find a way to somehow take this base and basically mine it completely, while also holding this base on the top side, and maybe even knocking out this base. And actually, he might have found an opportunity to knock this base out. ByuN does not have a crazy amount of supply. He is trying to rotate over some of those very slow-moving Thors. But as the frontline planetary went down, Liberators are sieging up behind this, and more bio is rotating in. But GG Machine, he kills 23 SCVs. I feel like that went very well for GG Machine. ByuN, though, is still going to be able to rebuild. Yeah, okay, and he's going to start rebuilding SCVs. That would have probably been the biggest thing here. Actually, hold that thought. We're going to see GG Machine going in again. There's not actually a lot to deal with Lings in this army. Where are the Hellbats? I don't see any. And there's very few Marines. Orbital's going to be forced to lift, but it looks like the Thors will handle business against the Ultras. And there was enough good positioning at the top of the ramp and a tight enough kind of ball of Terran units. Okay, there was one. No, it's got no kills. It must have shown up just now. I'm actually blown away at how close this has gotten. And, like, I say that with a grain of salt, you know, because it's still a 60 army supply advantage. It is still a massive, massive advantage for ByuN. Oh, nice little split last second. Unfortunately, the first one of mine did kill 3 drones. But the fact that GG Machine has, like, done so much from such a massive disadvantage, I mean, I'm a little bit in awe. A little bit in awe. And against a player that is very good with the unit control. And this has all been with ping disadvantage for GG Machine. This is West server. ByuN, though, once again, still out-trading his opponent by a big margin. Liberator did deny a little bit of mining here. We got to start talking about ByuN actually mining out. Like, ByuN actually kind of does need to take this base. He is barely mining minerals. What? Now, all of a sudden, a Broodlord transition for GG Machine. If he can scrape together enough money... He does actually have... Oh my god, both of these gases have not been taken. This one, too. It's hard to switch gears, by the way, when you've been playing such a fast-paced, high-octane style as GG Machine has. To switch gears and try and go for something else. Oh, he kind of feints to the bottom left and is going to go for a big smash attack at the top. And ByuN, a lot of his army is very far away. He's going to get forced back again, but gets the kill on the Infestor with these tanks. That is a really big kill. Without that, this bio would have had to continue to retreat. ByuN still in the very, very good position, of course, and is going to kill 2 of these Ultras as it goes rotate back in. And GG Machine says, well, maybe not literally out of gas, but I am out of gas for this one. And ByuN takes the game and the series, but man, oh man, did GG Machine truly make him work for that. And once again, it may not have seemed at the end like it was necessarily that close, but it was a lot closer and got a lot closer than it looked. That was pretty freaking cool, honestly. All right, it is going to be Classic versus ByuN. In the next round, we're going to pop over to the KR server for that one. Yeah, that was a cool game. So much gas left, they were just out of minerals. Actually, unironically, yes, actually. Which is, like, kind of rare, but makes sense given the style of play we saw ByuN going for. All right, 3 minutes of ads real quick. Bum 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 bum. Ba-dum ba-dum. I wonder if a Thor and a Broodlord entered a race, who would win? Depends on the terrain. Because, of course, the Broodlord's going to win if flying comes into play. Is the Broodlord faster than the Thor now? That is for sure something I should know inherently. But they're both such slow units, and you never see one of them running from the other. Yeah, the Thor is a fair bit faster. 2.24 move speed for the Broodlord, 2.62 for the Thor. But once again, as the Broodlord can fly, that maneuverability advantage is significant. It's a big deal. Once again, though, obviously good job from ByuN there. Did not, lose focus. There was a few times where it would have been really easy to have everything kind of crumble a little bit. Depends if there's terrain involved. Exactly what I was just saying. Bum, ba-dum. Thermi did take a game off of Skillus, and Seb took a game off of Maximus Paximus. Let's go. Let's go, Seb. Clem did 2-0 Shameless. Is he still playing? Is he still playing Protoss versus Protoss? Dopes, it says Tim Hortons. Yeah, it does indeed. Gerald and Gabe battling it out. Nice. All right. This should be fun. ByuN's... I actually think ByuN's TVP has become one of the best. I do think it's a little bit like honestly, like all of ByuN's matchups, it's a little bit day to day. Like some days he'll be absolutely on fire, and other days he'll look like he won't look as sharp. But I think right now he's looking extremely strong. By the way, if you want to support Monday Night Weeklies, fortunately, they are going to continue at least for the next while. Can these pro gamers still make a living by only gaming? That is something you would have to ask on an individual basis. I think the players that are a part of a team, I think ByuN being a part of Shopify Rebellion is probably very helpful for him. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's a case-by-case basis. I think speculating is not... doesn't necessarily help too much. But obviously, if you want to support them, you certainly can. There are many ways. All right, here we go. Spawning up at the top left. Oh, he actually pulled a second SCV for a moment there. Interesting. Spawning up at the top left, it is the Shopify Rebellion's ByuN in the blue. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right, it is Classic in the red. You know, Skillus has a day job. He was working for Team Liquid as like a player coordinator for a while. I am not 100% sure if he still is.
Game paused.
Oh, we got the Alt-P keyboard coming in. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum. We'll just give it a minute here. Once again, we will be doing a little sponsored stream at the end of the series. End of the day. It is very helpful if people stick around for that and watch for... Honestly, it just needs to be a couple minutes. Listen what I say. Terran wins the day. Skill held no sway. It's you're a poet. Poet, and you didn't even realize it. Gerald and Gabe is holding everything up. Oh, wow. They're still in a round of 16 match. Are they in a game 3? Or is that like game 2? Because, yeah, that's a long game. Oh. Still game 2? Oh, damn.
Game resumed.
All right, we back, baby. Nyum. Okay. We're NG Bay blocking. Oh, that's a nice pylon right there for Classics. That's going to let him know my opponent is trying to go for the block. That's going to let him pre-pull extra probes. Of course, gone on top of the SCV right away with the probe that was already there. So, there's been a lot of, like... Is debate the right word? I guess a lot of tinkering with how many workers should the Protoss pull. 5 has been the prevailing number for a very long time, and we haven't really seen a switch up from that for a long time. But then all of a sudden, Protoss players were trying to make 3 probes work. And it can be good, but it can also feel very silly and kind of useless. But if you get on top of it that quickly, I feel like 3 or 4 is decent. I actually really like the Classic pulled 4. It's enough to outweigh a lot more quickly and take that down a lot more quickly. And as you can see, even though he was a little bit early to take the Nexus, and obviously, you know, losing a little bit of extra mining time is not the most fun, it's still fine. Still totally fine. ByuN is going to open up with the Concussive Shells Marauder. Classic did not scout. But ByuN is so well known for the NG Bay block play. It is probably what he does more than any other player. Meanwhile, 3rd CC after the Concussive Shells opening. And this is almost certainly going to be a 3CC 3 racks. Yeah. Faux show. Adepts do spot, or Adept, the Shade, does spot the Concussive Shells Marauders, or at least spots the Marauders. You can be pretty sure he built Concussive Shells with this. ByuN cutting barracks production for a little bit there. Actually, still not building any units. ByuN? Wow, he wanted the stim first. That feels like greed on top of greed, you know what I'm saying? Adepts are going to shade forward. Oh, wow. Going to just recall. Doesn't even kill a single SCV. I guess he was hoping to catch ByuN more out of position, or maybe a mistake. That was a very weird little recall. Meanwhile, Classic is going to go, or not even recall, but shade forward into recall. Now we're going to see a 4-gate blink coming through. This will be very challenging for ByuN to deal with, but the thing that is going to work in his favor is that he did get into very quick additional barracks production, and that he got that stim so quickly that it should be done by the time this 4-gate blink can show up. Well, definitely by the time that that can show up. Oh, Adept will shade forward. We'll be able to get at least 1 SCV. He's going to stack this for 2 SCVs. Not bad. But, of course, ByuN off of the setup that he's got, he's going to be able to pump out SCVs very quickly. Yeah, the main problem for ByuN right now is that there's no siege tanks. No siege tanks. No quick starport unit. Bunker does get the SCV sniped. Oh, ByuN clicked on the bunker, but he did not put it on build just yet. There we go. Now he starts. Stim is going to complete just before Blink. But 8 Stalkers are already out. He's going to be able to warp in 4 at a time. Classic, no third base just yet. And in fact, he is building a 4th gas, which makes me think that maybe it's going to be a Templar Archives follow-up. ByuN, of course, does have +1 weapons very far along, but it's not going to be done for a little while. The main thing is if Classic blinks into the main base, this could be very scary for him. Blinking into a bunch of stimmed Marauders. There we go. We are going to see these stims coming through. Good pickup micro, though, from Classic. There's so many Stalkers and so few bio units. ByuN is in big trub right now, even with the kind of ambush that we saw right there. This is so scary. Honestly, with the 3 racks, you're supposed to die. Yeah, 100%. SCV pull will be decent here. The thing is, ByuN can afford to lose a lot of SCVs, but he needs to keep a handle on this and keep it from snowballing out of control. Classic's going to blink back in on top of this, and he will be able to overwhelm this, recognizing, yeah, you just don't have enough units. Classic was actually floating a crazy amount of money towards the end. But it just doesn't matter. ByuN really can't... I mean, you just can't keep pace with that. The stims are so expensive. As long as the pickup micro is good, the Protoss army just outlasts the Terran army. That's just how it goes. And Classic, yeah, he gets it done. Once again, some more poetry in the YouTube chat. Tylenol Bert. There we go. That's what we like to see. A new account. That's funny. Cheeky. Cheeky. Oh, wow. Very quick SCV moving out here. Instant. Spawning up at the top left for the Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. In the blue. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right. It is Classic. In the red. I don't know that I would say he needs to stop 3CCing, but it would be nice if he did something that was a little bit more kind of all... Like, if it wasn't always 3CC 3 racks. Like, if it was 3CC fast tanks, I think that might be a little bit better. We are going to see a barracks on the other side of the map. Now, this could be a couple of things. This can be proxy everything. This can be... I mean, we're not going to see it because there's no second SCV, but it could have been a proxy Marauder. It could still theoretically be a proxy single barracks Marauder, and we actually saw that kill a Protoss player. Cure did it, and then also ByuN did it. And it was very clear that, like, the Terran players had kind of come up with this single barracks proxy Marauder and a very specific timing. But this feels like this is going to be the I proxy everything. Classic this time has scouted. He didn't scout in game number 1. But he is going to be paying attention for this. Okay. No, we're going for the Reaper, which means that it will most likely be the factory at home. Yeah, he's sending the SCV back home. May have been planning to go for the proxy 111 if this doesn't get scouted. But, as we can see, it does. Now, this base is a large base, which means that there's a lot of opportunity to hide buildings. And ByuN embraces that with he says it with his full chest, you know? He's a proxyman. SCV ready. Okay. Reaper was just looking around for a hidden SC or a hidden probe. Unfortunately for him, he actually would have found it if he'd gone a little bit deeper into the natural, but wants to come back home, chase down this probe. We could see a recall. Oh my goodness, he's going to get away with it. Oh, that's so sick. Very good for Classic. Not the biggest of deals in terms of resources lost versus, you know, value gained, but so nice that he gets away with that. And if he was paying attention, he would have seen that the Reaper was closing in on him. SCV wanted to go back to work a little bit earlier, and of course it costs ByuN the kill. I don't know that he would have gotten it anyways, because I think it would have regenerated enough shields. Meanwhile, it is going to be a Stargate opener. And with the lost build time, production time for the barracks, it's actually very, very awkward for ByuN. Oh, Reaper barely gets away. Adept got the chase, but it was a little bit too much HP. 25 HP on that Reaper. Should have been paying attention if it was already regenerating. How would it have 25 HP? That would mean it took 35 damage. Okay, yeah, that's just a Stalker shot and an Adept shot. So it needed, yeah, it wasn't some like weird interrupting the healing. Yeah, the math tracks. I forgot that Stalkers used to function completely differently than they do, by the way. In Wings of Liberty, they shot much faster and did much less damage. It's so weird to see. Will Clem play Protoss if Classic wins, or does he only play Protoss against herO? That's a really good question. I actually think his TVP might be... like, Classic might actually be a more difficult opponent. We will see. The Phoenixes are going to be really good against this Liberator. Now... ByuN's plan is going to be, of course, draw attention to the front and try and get something done. This is some really good positioning from Classic, by the way. He's got Stalker spotting, 3 Stalkers at the front. There's a shield battery that's protecting the middle line. Phoenixes are going to lift up some of these units. Classic will immediately come back. Liberator's only going to get maybe four probes? No, not even close. He gets 1. Another one dodges back into the assimilator. Functionally... almost no damage taken whatsoever, and this is disastrous right now for ByuN. He is now so far behind. Oh. Okay, Widowmine killed another probe. On the other side of the map, though, there's actually not even enough anti-air to protect anything. Cyclone's coming out, but there's literally, for a moment, there was no anti-air on the field. Raven was made as well, which is not ideal. Hellions try to get into the main base. Classic with some nice worker micro. Does lose a couple of units, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Meanwhile, behind this, it is a Robo Bay. Classic going to build an Immortal, which I don't actually think he really needs, like, at all. But I think it's fine. Prioritizing worker production would be a little bit better for him, but it's still, once again, totally fine. Oh, nice land on the Viking. Actually, okay, good defense from ByuN there. He kills one of the Phoenixes, keeps the Cyclone and Viking alive, but he lifts this. Wow, very awkward from Classic. What the hell was that? And now he recalls a Phoenix that's already out of range. Okay, that was super jank, but he recalls this to kill the Raven, which did get 5 probe kills, and we got something to talk about. Double factory, double armory. ByuN says, well, you know what? Let's go mech. Let's do it. We're kind of in a terrible position, but maybe you don't scout this. Maybe. Problem. Is there anything that stops this, actually? I mean, there's no blink on the Stalkers. It's 1 Colossus without range. No charge just yet. Oh, that 1 Phoenix is going to get a lift on one of these tanks. That's going to be quite good. Yeah, this is going to force this command center to move away. Actually, going to get a lot of damage on the command center. Cyclones don't have their Megfield Accelerator. They won't have it for a little while. Classic is on just 2 gates. What a weird game this is turning into. I mean, what a weird game this has been and is turning into as well. Funnily enough, I feel like if Classic actually didn't go for this little push out, or if ByuN had been able to hold the third somehow, like let's say he somehow snipes the Phoenix, the two tanks are in position, and the Stalkers take really big shots, I feel like ByuN is actually in a very good position. As it is, we are going to see a really nice lift on the backline tank. The frontline tank gets taken down. Both tanks are going to fall as a result. Immortal is going to get taken out. Megfield Accelerator now completing. Charge is done. We're building tanks again, though, as ByuN. This is really tricky for him. Classic has gotten up to 8 gates now. And now we're going to see charge lots warping in. And now we're going to see ByuN saying, okay. +1 vehicle weapons will complete in a moment. It is very awkward. Oh, Scan not able to kill this observer. The Cyclone that tried ends up getting taken out. Another one goes down, and every single Cyclone that falls is so precious for ByuN. ByuN is trying to creep his way out of his own natural to secure this third base while Classic's taking the fourth. Classic will run into a lot of tanks there with +1 vehicle weapons. He's got to be a little bit careful about going too deep. Oh, no unsiege on the observer right there. A little bit sloppy from Classic, does lose that. He is going to warp in a bunch of Archons as well as a couple additional charge lots. ByuN does not have Blue Flame done just yet. He's been trying to build missile turrets at the front. They have been prevented. Blue Flame would be very handy for dealing with those charge lots. I wonder if ByuN cancels the missile turrets upon seeing that Classic's kind of backing away. Nope, not going to do so. Yeah, if Classic had not managed to kind of keep this base out of ByuN's hands, this would have actually become a very, very awkward game for him. Missile turrets in the main base. Is that SCV stuck? It's doing like a little like wiggle, so it looks like it's like trying to get out of there, but not able to do so. Gravitic Drive and 1-1 going to complete, as well as Blink for Classic. And there is that zoomy prism into the main base. And this may be what ends this game. Oh, Blue Flame, Hellbats. That was pretty good timing for ByuN there in terms of the units spawning out. Even now, I'm actually not hating ByuN's position. Classic with the anti-F2 observer, putting it in that siege mode once again. Classic, though, now going into the next set of tech, which is, of course, that fleet beacon. That second and third Stargate. He's already got +1 air on the way. ByuN does have a rather fast 2-2 for his vehicles, his mech units. Classic is going to try and get in here. Ooh, the War Prism does go down. There's a lot of charge lots, and a lot of the Hellions were out of position. Colossus will stay alive for a long time. Missile Turret actually kills 2 of them. Wow. Okay. But a lot of tanks went down. A lot of tanks went down. We are going to see the Immortal count getting kind of reset here. Classic went for this attack. That was pretty expensive for him. The thing is, his economy is so much better. And this is where it really comes down to the extra bit of cash, an extra bit of mining that he's gotten. But that was a really uninspired attack, let's call it, from Classic. ByuN is going to be able to find these Zealots that hid in the bushes. Did come back in there. That's a lot of dead Zealots. Missile turret. Okay, the technical unity is credited with 1 kill, but it killed 2 units. Classic is actually in, like... He's going into these carriers, but with only +1 air against 2-2. Well, the big thing is, can ByuN afford Thors? And the answer is not really. If you can get this 4th base up and mining, get the gases set up there, that'll be a different story. Looks like the... Oh, Blue Flame. Blue Flame Hellions on the bottom side. Oh, very nice little pylon build, but it's after 12 probes go down. ByuN gets a 13th on the way out. Okay, that was really good for ByuN. Classic is actually struggling against this a fair bit. Don't need Thors, just Viking. You might be able to get away with it with the +2 vehicle plating on the Vikings, but... I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a big fan. Oh, there's the Smart Servo's Blue Flame Hellion morph into those Hellbats. They're going to plug themselves into a nice little gap, and they're going to kind of obliterate these Zealots. Another 13 probes go down. And ByuN is getting good value with this. Oh. Uh-oh. Who dat? I hope not me. Please not me. Selfishly not me. Thors are basically the option. They're the best option for sure. And there it is. He has seen this now. 4 Thors in production, +3 vehicle plating started up. A lot of probes have been dying, and this game is getting more and more uncomfortable for Classic. It really feels like he did so many things so right for such a long time, and then just really did one thing very, very wrong. Now, this could be a big play. Oh, I don't know. I mean, he should be able to get the recall off, but if he recalls into the main base, is it even actually a good move? He's going to be recalling into a finishing +3 vehicle weapons. Here is that recall. Thors are popping out. Force field on the ramp would be big. Where's the time warp? There it is, bottom of the ramp. That's going to stop or slow down a lot of attacks. Well, this is finding a lot of value right away. ByuN's army supply is kind of just fallen super, super fast. Mothership survives. ByuN is actually just floating so much cash all of a sudden. All the factories are just not producing / got obliterated so quickly. Oh, Widowmine friendly firing, and there's no anti-air. This game has just completely flipped. What the hell? ByuN is going to die with almost 4,000 minerals in the 4,000 resources in the bank. Damn. Okay. That was a maxed out ByuN. Did I miss something? Like, maybe the Widowmines friendly fired on the Cyclones or something? Like, the supplies went from so high to so low so quickly. Yeah, I guess the concave at the top of the ramp delivered. Damn. That is crazy. Yeah, exactly. The Thors were out of position. They weren't able to get back in position. That was... Damn. Are they supposed to AoE the interceptors or target the carriers? In that situation, I actually... Oh, man, it's tough to say because there isn't a great solution when Classic gets that position and sets up on the top of the ramp so nicely. Like, even with the tanks sieging up where they were, I legitimately didn't know what was going to happen there because The recall is obviously very powerful, being able to set up like that on top of the Terran production. But I didn't ever expect it would go that one-sidedly. I think, yeah, it's that the Thor transition wasn't fully, like, done. And additionally, it was just kind of a super awkward position to attack into, like, to fight into. All right, it is going to be Clem versus Classic. Tanks useless, dead supply. So there was a bit of ground army from Classic, but that is not what won in the game, obviously. What won in the game was the carriers. The thing is, though, without the recall, the Thors do the job pretty well. And Vikings, I mean, like, you need a starport transition. You need the air upgrades. Now, I'm not sure if Clem is going to play Protoss or Terran. I mean, I don't know. The Vikings just feel so fragile. Now, in theory, if he has the Vikings there, then he can potentially snipe down the mothership before the units even get in position. Really, what it came down to was the positioning. And that's like that was a picture perfect recall. Yeah, it's entirely possible that Clem does play PvP versus Classic as well. Euthermal, by the way, taking down Hacker is top, Eba, and Shameless. Oh, I was saying it. I was saying I'm feeling Euthermal in the lower bracket. And he is most definitely delivered. Vikings don't care about ramps. It's a really good point. It is a really good point. The time warp. So there's so many things about that make that uncomfortable. The cloaking field ended up being irrelevant because ByuN scanned right away. But the fact that he was able to recall right on top of the factories, kill multiple of them before they could pop out additional units. Obviously, he got into an incredible concave. And then the time warp was on top of the cyclones. I think Widowmines did friendly fire a little bit. But even with all of that, I'm not even sure if any of it actually mattered that much. Like, I think it might have just been so good for Classic, just the position alone, then it may not have necessarily mattered. It is going to be Clem playing Terran. Classic says, why play T, then a frowny face? Oh, that's funny. That is super funny. Cheeky, cheeky. Cheeky, cheeky, Kalaris. We're loading in, though. What a move, though? Yeah. That is a... I would say there is not just a possibility of that, but a strong possibility of that, Daily Herbivore. I would agree 100%. All right, here we go. Spawning up at the top left. It is Team Liquid's Clem. Melem. And his opponent with a very early probe onto the map. It is Classic. El Clásico Magnífico. Why did ByuN and Classic only played 1? They did not. They played 2. You must have missed game number 1. Murdering the poor Scantipede. Oh my god, its head wanders away from its body for a minute. That's messed up. It is going to be a forward proxy gate. This is something herO actually did. I think on this map specifically versus Clem. And that was last week. Was that last week? Or was that 2 weeks ago? That was last week in the Kung Fu Cup. Last week in the Kung Fu Cup. Kung Fu Cup played on Clem's birthday. And he ended up going 0-1 versus in TVP versus herO that day, but then went 2-2 versus his Protoss, but did obviously lose the series 3-2. We are going to be seeing... Oh, Zealot starts up. Are we double chronoing? Are we double building Zealot? We sure are. Yes, yes, yes. Obviously, there is going to be a small moment where you can't build the additional unit just yet out of the gateway. But it's a very, very small timing. Thanks to that chrono boost. 201. Yeah, that's still very fast. Clean execution. Oh, calculated. Now this will get spotted. We're going to see a low ground cancel 100%. Cyclone. Oh, God, that barracks or that factory feels like it is moving so slowly in slow motion. 2 kills from the Reaper on the other side of the map. And he needs a lot of value, actually. Oh, we've got rotations coming through. That was kind of funny. Clem ends up going over to repair this depot. But Classic has already kind of given up on that and swapped to the other side. Reaper will pull back. Cyclone does pop out and will not get a kill on this. No, not quite. Almost gets a kill on the Zealot. Oh my god, the depot gets very, very low on HP, but it will get saved. Now both Zealots have fallen, and that is a loss of high ground vision. Clem, gonna take him a while to drain this shield battery energy. Classic just gonna kind of distract with one of these probity probes. Clem obviously did have to cancel the command center, but he might force an energy recharge to be used. No. Stalker pops out and will push this away. Oh, Clem is going to get away with this Reaper. Unless he pokes back in. Ay. That's awkward. That is very, very unfortunate for Clement. This is West server. Good usage of the shrubbery. The sight blocker. This is exactly what herO did. And part of why this is so annoying to play against is the Terran. Is you're like, okay, there's a gateway on the map. It's super exposed. I can exploit that. You kind of can't, actually. Specifically because of this. Cyclones have their lock-on broken. It's not until an air unit pops out for the Terran or you pop a scan. And in that scenario, he really couldn't pop a scan because it was just 2 Cyclones versus, I think it was only 4 Stalkers at that point. I don't think he'd warped in the 5th in the Sentry. But against 4 Stalkers, like, the Cyclones couldn't chase anyways. Not with the way Classic was microing his units. Now, this is weird. This was Robo into Twilight. Clem is going to load up to try and smack this position down. And there are Zealots warped in. That's actually really handy for Classic. Scan will come down. Siege Tank does get dove and will get taken out, but it is going to be expensive as hell for Classic. He's going to lose everything, actually. Classic was confident But as it would turn out, overconfident in his unit's abilities there. And now it is Classic on just one gate of production. And there's nothing really else in production. Just 2 more gateways starting up now. No shield battery at the natural. It's scary to commit, and an Immortal has been made. But could Clem have followed through on this? I don't think so. I honestly don't think so. I think it's wise that he backs away. But Classic saw it immediately, was able to cancel the shield battery, and he gets away with being on just one gate for a little bit of time now. And behind this is going to be a Templar Archives. Scan? Yeah. First 2 medevacs are going to be hitting the field very soon. This is going to be a stim, no shields attack. Assuming Clem goes with this right away. Does he have an NG bay? No. This is a an upgrade-less, very fast double medevac timing. Oh! Ah. That actually scared me. I was like, why? Ah! Classic did kill one of, well, the last Cyclone of Clem. Shields obviously is in production, combat shields. And, oh, he starts up concussive as well. No engineering bay just yet. 4th gas actually on the way. Will Classic be able to get out Storm in time? This is a really, really fast push from Clem. Like, really fast, given how the game has shaken up. Immortals do need to hit the Marauders here. Clem wants to wait for combat shields, but he doesn't want to wait for Storm. Unfortunately, those 2 upgrades are intertwined in when they're going to finish. The Chrono Boost is going to catch it up, so they finish at... Well, actually, Storm finishes ever so slightly faster. Charge is available. There are observers watching the back line. It's an amazing pre-spread from Clem. Oh, but the 1 Storm does connect on the Marines, which is his preferred target. Meanwhile, Marauders getting smacked by Immortals. Both of the unit sets that had their specialization get their specialized targets. And as a result, it is Classic holding the base for now. And a pretty darn good fight for him. Oh, that observer didn't see this. There was almost no anti-air. But even a Storm on the medevacs or feedbacks or whatever would have been a little scary. And of course, if you unload, things can get scary as well. There's no +1 weapons yet, but it is finally in production. Classic. Oh, he's got the observer. Oh, yeah, it's right here. He's got the observer, so he's going to take that out. 4 Marine drop coming through. I actually think that might have been missed. Rotation coming through. Triple feedback on the medevacs. And that is actually very uncomfortable for Clem, but uncomfortable for Classic as well. Is going to be a lot of probes going down on this 3rd base. Thank you very much, GG Machine, for the raid. Phenomenal game earlier versus ByuN. Phenomenal series. Make sure to give GG Machine a follow. Observe this. Kapow. Ka-chow. We do see Ghost Academy now done. 3rd CC has been built on location and will complete. No forges just yet for Classic. And his blink is getting close to completed, but it's not done yet. Oh, Prism, though. Prism going to come in on top of this. Almost as well as Percival himself. Nice. Percival has been so sick of late. Ooh. Looks like Widowmine did friendly fire 1 or 2 of those SCVs. Clem, though, not going to have an easy time. The Prism in the main base. Getting a big warp in off. We are going to see a couple of Vikings pop out. That will take care of this Prism. Classic does unsiege and kind of forces... Wait, he didn't just use a recall, did he? Surely not. No, he didn't. For just a second, it kind of looked like it to me. Oh, good split against that. Widowmine, unfortunately, Marauder went the wrong direction. 9 SCVs go down. Oh, Storm coming through. Oh, God. Classic. Stepping into his own Storm, but he does get out of there. Meanwhile, feedback. Or was it... Wait, what was it that killed that? A medevac just died. Did he Storm? Maybe? No. It was 3 storms on the actual army, so no storm there. I gotta see if he feedbacked. Triple feedback somewhere, so. Has he killed ghosts? Nope. Interesting. Classic finally starting up his own upgrade. Ooh, very good spotter pylon on the top side. Thank you very much, CJ, for the Prime sub at 29 months. Thank you. That is a really nice spotter pylon. That's going to let Classic know about this whole army. He was kind of in position anyways. But we do have to mention the fact that even with a lot of High Templar, I mean, there's also a decent number of ghosts. And with this number of High Templar, with this number of storms available, and the fact that he's got a Prism, there is going to be potential to just kind of overwhelm what Clem has. But 2 of the ghosts being out of position is not ideal for Clem. Oh, this army is not set up for the fight here for Clem. Big Widowmine shots, but Classic just walks up to Clem and kind of hits him in the face. EMP trying to hit. He not able to get the EMP on these Templar. Meanwhile, Storm's on the right side going to smash this. It's a really messy, disjointed fight. Feedback comes in on one of the ghosts. Most of the Storms have been used, but it is not going to matter. Clem is going to tap out. Classic kind of just walked up and, yeah, punched a completely unaware, unprepared Clem in the face. He just kind of crumpled. If Clem had what he needed to defend there, he just didn't know where the army was. And it ended up being, well, too hot to handle. Nice feedback, though, because the flanking flanking ghosts could have ended up being a really big problem for El Clásico, even as the fight was going very well for him. I think at that point, though, it was probably already kind of cooked for Clem. Like, he was going to lose a lot of SCVs. It was a really messy situation for him, for sure. Yeah. Not even mentioning how much damage Mothership tanked, and also interceptors were pre-launched when Thors got into range. Those are both really great points, RW. Yeah, that's a really, really good point. Yeah, the specifically, I think the biggest thing is actually going back to the fight from ByuN versus Classic. Having the interceptors pre-launched is worth so much. All right, here we go. Spawning down in the bottom right for Team Liquid. It is Clem. Melem. And his opponent. Spawning up at the top left. It is Classic. In the orange. Or yellow. Yellow. Why orange? Nope, definitely yellow. This is very clearly yellow. Did Clem defend well against the proxy, though? Yes. He also got a couple of probes on the other side of the map, but he did lose the command center. It was delayed significantly. I would actually say the biggest part of that is that he cleaned up the proxy very efficiently. And Classic kind of like committed to defending it and wasn't able to do so. But it still wasn't enough to lose the game. It was the follow-up defense that went very, very well. Now, I do wonder what would have happened if instead of waiting for combat shields, Clem goes in once stim is done, basically immediately. I think that would have probably been a very different scenario, because then Storm, like, I mean, he can't know that Storm's not done. And you see your opponent with charge, you don't have +1 weapons, so you're not gunning down the Zealots insanely fast. But maybe there's a chance for Clem to kind of power through that position. But even in that scenario, Classic can theoretically feed back the medevacs. Then things can potentially get a little awkward because your opponent's still on 2 Immortals, so it's like they're very tanky. The charge lots potentially clean up too much. I would have liked to have seen what would have happened. Like if, you know, resume from replay, they take control of the units again. Clem goes in basically as soon as his army arrives with the first 2 medevacs, with Stim done, with combat shields not done, and with Storm not done. How does the game go instead? I'm not sure. Clem is going to open up with a very quick Cyclone here. Percy would have pulled the boys in Stim. With an SCV pull, I actually think Clem probably wins the game straight up. In that scenario. I kind of always, you know, forget about that as a possibility because, I mean, I just don't play TVP. Like, I don't play TVP. I don't play PvT. There is also the potential that if Classic sees that, which he would see it right away. He maybe just gives up his 3rd base, turtles up the natural, and then goes from there and gets up to Storm. And then it's Clem with an awkward position of, do I back away, pull back like however many SCVs I've pulled. But the game gets weird. It becomes just a completely different game overall. Ultimately, I think Clem was actually in a very good position right before he died. But he needed to be super prepared for what was coming. Meanwhile, we've got a 4-gate blink coming in from Classic once again. He did this to ByuN earlier. Clem, though, is going to be going for a, well, much more standard setup than what we saw ByuN do with the 3rd CC 3 racks. And in fact, we're going to be seeing Cloaked Banshee, as well as the very quick 3rd gas behind this. Classic won't see this unload as long as Clem is careful about this. And in fact, he gets all 5 units unloaded. Going to be potentially 4 dead workers very quickly. Yeah. That is very nice for Clem. Forces a lot of lost mining time, kills 4 workers, gets out with almost no damage on any of his units. 1 pot shot on a medevac, 1 pot shot on a marine, I think. Actually, maybe on the Cyclone. The marine's obviously a little wounded, but it can heal. We are going to be seeing a Templar Archives behind this, as well as the 4th gas and charge. So Classic is kind of already giving up on the 4-gate blink. I feel like you could very easily achieve what Classic is doing by going 3-gate blink. Maybe he wants the flexibility. The thing is, Clem did not, like, scout this. Oh, Cyclone going to get the lock-on onto the Prism, but Classic will target the Cyclone, forces it to be lifted. Good micro so far from both players. Ultimately, it is going to be Clem that comes out ahead there, as he has damage that can be repaired. Yes, it's lost mining time. Yes, it's resources cost to repair stuff, but he did real damage to a couple of Stalkers, forced that away, and it was relatively committed. And as a result, we do see Clem climbing ahead in supply. Now, he doesn't have Stim or Combat Shields. I mean, Combat Shields isn't even started. Stim just started. Classic, oh, he can blink in on top of this, but there's going to be a tank popping out in a moment, as well as a Marauder. And that will be a defense here. And now the army of Clem is across the map. There's an Observer out, but this is going to be awkward. Storm is not quite done yet. Blink forward coming in on top of the tank. He will get the kill on this, but how many Stalkers does it cost him? 1, 2. Can he get the 3rd? Yes, he can. And that's going to be a kill on this pylon. Scan comes in. Storm is going to connect, but Clem just moves through it. Classic misreading the direction the army of Clem was going, and that is going to be a huge advantage for Clem. Massive whiff on that. He did feed back the High Templar. Good retarget fire on the siege tank of the units. Oh, can he get the Nexus? Just barely gets the kill there. Classic ends up cleaning everything up as charge did complete. Things got really just kind of weird there. Prism was targeted down quickly, but it did mean that the Stalkers were able to overwhelm the position. Okay, yeah, Classic was on 6 gates. It's like, that's definitely way more than 4 gates of production. He was producing way too many units there. Clem does have a 3rd CC on the way. Stim is completed. Combat Chills is about to complete as well. Feedback is going to be used. Energy Recharge was already used, so that High Templar was not going to have enough for a Storm. This game's gotten pretty weird, but I think I do favor Clem's position at the moment. How many High Templar are on the field? Yeah, only 3. They're all in the Prism. Did he morph the Archon? Oh, okay, he did. He morphed the Archon from one of the High Templar. Oh, he's actually got 2 Archons. Ooh, Storm drop in the natural. This could be huge. It was a little slow to land the Storm. Clem. Oh, no. Oh, no. Shooting his own depot, unfortunately. Oopsie. Meanwhile, Widowmine drop in the natural. Oh, only one of them actually goes off. Clem is still shooting his own depot. He's going to kill it. Oh, but Classic getting caught out of position at this 3rd base. Recall was used before. Widowmines are actually going to hit pretty hard. Clem once again snipes the 3rd base, but he's going to lose a lot of army for it. I feel like you really want to save these medevacs right here, but he is going to find a lot of probes in the main base. This is actually really, really rough right now for Classic, and the Stalker Warping is not going to do enough here. Very well done from Clem. I was worried about him going into the main base there, but it ends up working out, I would say, far better. Well, definitely far better than I expected. But far better than it could have gone. Oh, that was so slick right there from Clem. Snipes down one of the Stalkers that's warping in, immediately lifts up, gets out, saves everything. Initial instinct is to target the pylon, but he realizes, wait, no, you'll just get the money back. Let me actually kill the units. Oh, Prism does have... yeah, it's got 3 High Templar in it. That was dangerous right there from Classic, but it does draw the army of Clem out of position. However, there's 3 very well-placed Widowmines here. Another 3 on the other side. Prism will get spotted. If he EMPs, would be nice, but the High Templar get out. They get some decent storms. Not amazing. Classic, yeah, this is as desperate as this gets, and it is, I don't think, going to be anywhere near enough. Oh, if he kills the command center, though, this does get very, very awkward for Clem. The repair is trying to come through. EMP does hit the Prism and the Templar. A lot of SCVs are going to fall, but Clem still is in a position. He does lose the command center. That's actually really, really painful. Good job from Classic. Supplies are very far in favor of Clem here, but he's got to be careful. A lot of his bio is super, super low on HP. Archon will get taken down. Meanwhile, Zealot Warping in the main base. I feel like this could be one of those situations where Clem may misread the game state a little bit. It's weird to say I'm worried about Clem GGing because he's up, like, well, now he's only up a little bit more than 10 supply, but he was up like 30 supply. He's going to pull the boys. I mean, yeah, Classic's on 3 bases now. He's lost his 3rd. Uh-oh. Oh, this Prism.
Base is under attack.
Classic is being a huge pain. How many High Templar are there? Oh, there's one at the front line. It gets an okay-ish storm. There's a lot of High Templar with energy. We actually just energy recharged the wrong Templar. I think Clem is in huge trouble. He's going to try and get into the natural. The army is so overstimmed. Storm is going to connect on a lot of the ghosts. Widowmines are going to hit kind of hard. +1 armor has now completed for Clem. Does he have enough? He's still ahead in army supply in a big way. And now there's not any Zealots left to cover for these High Templar. A couple of them will try and warp in. But Classic is whittling down the army inevitably. Archon's actually going to be really good here. GG well played is called. And Classic. Wow. Oh my God. Rips it out of Clem's hands. Damn. That's a toughie. Yeah, attacking up a ramp into the defensive Storm player with an SCV pull is not an ideal situation, but I feel like Clem, that was just that was a very tilt decision, I think. And it's tough. It's tough. I think the Protoss TM makes it not. I think it shows that it's more of a meme. All right, it's going to be Classic versus the winner of herO and Maximus Paximus. Fiant is currently very far ahead in supply against Geralt. In fact, I think Fiant's about to knock Geralt out of the lower bracket. Perhaps, perhaps. Oh, he is. Oh, Fiantin. Wowie zowie. That means it's Fiant versus Skillis. When we'll face off against Clem. All right, herO and MaxPax. They are 6 minutes into their game. ByuN and Uthermal are 8 minutes into theirs. Hey, welcome, Hangadang. What are we casting next? That is a good question. I'm kind of thinking about it. Because if we go into herO versus MaxPax, which would be very entertaining, I think, we are locked kind of into another PvP. Fiant versus Skillis, I do think that one's going to be a pretty tough one for Skillis. Or sorry, for Fiant. Would have loved ByuN Uthermal. That would have been really, really freaking awesome. But obviously that is already in progress. Mirror matchup's not fun. I think they're all right. I think mirror matchup into mirror matchup is... maybe not my favorite. But specifically, I feel like PvP into PvP. Actually, I think any mirror matchup into any mirror matchup. It's just that PvP is the most common. All right, we are going to run 3 minutes of ads real quick. Yeah, well, honestly, we'll see what comes available first. That kind of just makes the most sense. TVT lasts forever. It can be a very long matchup, but it can also be a matchup. And to be fair, if TVT, if you're covering it, casting it all the time, it can definitely be a drag. But at the highest level, the players are so good, and so many of the units are so good for making plays even when you're behind, that I feel like TVT is actually one of the... I personally think it's probably the most entertaining mirror matchup. But it is also the mirror matchup that you can get tired of the most quickly. I actually think PvP, if there weren't so many Protosses and we didn't get PvP so often, I think PvP would be a lot more palatable for me, and I think a lot of other people probably. TVT is notorious for being slow and painful to watch matchup, but last 5 TVTs I saw were amazing because all of them had ByuN. I think when the players are fast and they make plays, TVT is a great matchup. But I think it's very easy, yeah, to fall into the trap of like, nah, we don't make plays. But it's the same reason why herO PvP is very fun. herO makes plays and he plays, you know, very wild and very exciting. But the difference is I feel like that's kind of only herO that does that. That plays wild enough to make it like interesting all the time. Or at least most of the time. Where is herO? He is on the other side of the bracket. He is up against MaxPax. Exactly. herO PvP is generally the exception rather than the rule. Thank you very much, Cruel Jar, by the way, for the Prime resub at 26 months. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Once again, do we have the ads cleared? Oh, wow. Damn, 3 minutes of ads is really long. Which channels cast these games? I don't know that anyone is covering herO MaxPax right now. Unfortunately. It's kind of hard to cover everything. One, because, you know, games are happening simultaneously. No one's, like, holding the games. And then additionally, even if they were... If you're given the choice of Clem versus Classic or herO versus MaxPax, a lot of people are going to pick Clem versus Classic. You personally have no desire to watch a PvP? I think a lot of people fall into that boat. But it does look like... we are going to see another... Oh, hero's up 1-0. Okay. Yeah, we are going to see another lobby. So we'll be... well, we'll be at least one more herO PvP. Roddy is covering Fiant versus Skillis. Yes, that is correct. That is correct. Yeah, I think, oh, no, it's MaxPax. MaxPax is up 1-0. Oh, okay, okay. All right. Let's get the prediction up there. This is a weighted prediction, obviously, as, you know, we're joining this series in progress. ZG covers MaxPax. I'm also covering MaxPax at Josel. What the heck? ZG was in the same series I was. All right, here we go. Spawning down on the bottom right. It is herO for T1. I mean, there's only like 2 games that can be covered at this point anyways. Technically 3, but one of them is like in progress. Spawning up at the top left, it is Storm Gaming's MaxPax. In the red. Personally, I think any mirror matchup where you basically always play the same unit compositions against the same unit compositions are incredibly uninteresting. I think that's why PvP kind of tends to suck a little bit. because it's almost always Blink Stalkers versus Blink Stalkers. And there are different ways to open. I actually think the most watchable form of PvP is Proxy Robo meta. And I know that that's unpopular, but yeah, I think it's more interesting. Top 6 all Protoss? Not yet. Only top 3, 4 so far. Actually, no, that's not guaranteed either. Clem or ByuN can still make a run through the lower bracket. We are going to see a double gate versus double gate. Did herO scout? Negative. Not sure what happened in game number 1, by the way. I will say, I think when it's stuff like deciding whether Stalker Disruptor gets to be the meta in PvP, I don't really care if it's air quotes too random. I don't think pro gamers should have a say in the matter. I think if it's a more entertaining thing to watch and there's more big swing moments and it's more cinematic, I think that it should be a thing. The thing is, PvP Disruptor Wars are so electric, so exciting. We are going to see, by the way, a little bit of Stargate versus Stargate. I actually am... This is where a lot of people will disagree with me, and I'm sure I lose a lot of people. I actually enjoy Phoenix Wars. When they happen every game, not so much. But when they are few and far between, I really do find it interesting how... the little nuances and subtleties that different players have. Now, it is going to be double Oracle. Does MaxPax manage to see this in time to potentially cancel the second Oracle, or will he still commit regardless if he sees this? Double Adept is going to get into the main base. We see a Double Adept warp in defensively. Oracle is going to be completed. Oracle number 2, that is. Now the Phoenixes will go hunting. And he actually comes very close. Oh my god, 4 HP. Ooh, nice lift on one of the Adepts as it shades forward into the main base. Did he even kill a single worker with this yet? Okay, he just got one. Oh, now he gets a second. That's actually really, really good for herO here. But Oracle is going to get into the natural. Phoenixes were starting to move out. He didn't realize the second Oracle was made. This Oracle is able to grab 2 probes. Going to get a hell of a lot more in the main base, potentially. Phoenixes don't kill Oracles particularly fast. Oh, a rare misclick right there from MaxPax. He definitely F2'd right there. Still, it is going to be a lot of value. But it could have been a fair bit more. herO is very far ahead in army supply. But I don't know that that can convert to like a win. And once again, the Phoenix is getting caught very far out of position. This Oracle that survived on 4 HP has actually ended up getting so much work done. herO is in a really weird position where he kind of needs to win the game, but he just dumped Phoenix energy into lifting a few probes. This is... Okay, now the Oracle is going to get in. Oracle on the other side will see a couple of Stalkers defensively. Oh my god, this Oracle is just gangbusters. 11 kills. And now Adepts into the natural, and all of a sudden, herO's actually done enough damage to get ahead. Wow, 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 wow. I thought there was no way that this was going to happen. Both players not anticipating the Oracles. Sheesh. 40 workers have died in this game. 6 minutes in, and 40 workers have died. Finally, this Phoenix flotilla, Phoenix squadron, is going to get the kill there. MaxPax has Blink, by the way, and herO is going to lose a lot. But the Oracle comes back in. It is going to get 4 more probes. But that will free MaxPax to go across the map. MaxPax is on 4 gates. herO's on just 2 with no blink. This... Okay, I love the choice to make a Void Ray. He doesn't have a shield battery. What is the Stalker count? It is about to be 10-6. Phoenixes are obviously going to be handy for lifting units and preventing their blinks. But he's going to have to sack Phoenixes to make this work. Lifts up 2 of these Stalkers. Moves past them, but that does mean that if they drop, they can't blink again. Is this enough time for the Void Ray? Void Ray is out now. God, what a weird game. MaxPax is so far down in workers. Oh, energy recharge used on the Phoenix to try and lift up one of these Stalkers. He will be able to chase it down. Void Ray ignoring that Stalker. I love the decision to ignore this. He actually just uses this as like a polymorph, as a crowd control, as a CC. Instead of attacking the Stalker, he just says, let me take this high HP Stalker out of the fight, and I can target down the weakened Stalkers freely. Very good decision-making there from herO. And now, he is up 12 workers as the dust settles. He still doesn't have his blink started, but 2 more gateways on the way. This game is actually not over because MaxPax can keep herO off of a 4th or a 3rd base for a while. And he will have time to catch up in the worker count as a result of that. Now, I feel like the worst thing MaxPax could do is try and force the issue too hard. herO sneaking a probe to the right side. Oh, it's going to be charge instead of blink. Okay. Oh, another Oracle being made. There was a shield battery that was made. MaxPax canceled it, which was a good decision at the time, but may end up coming back to bite him. Void Ray number 1 does get taken out. Oh, Sentry actually escapes. It's the Stalker that finds itself in trouble and ends up going down. Oh, Stalkers were warped in defensively, so this will get pushed back. How did MaxPax... Did he see it? Did he see that another... No, he didn't see another Oracle in production with the hallucinated Phoenix. Maybe... Oh, I don't even know when he saw it or where he saw it. Or maybe he just anticipated it was a possibility. I mean, herO is that kind of mad bastard, you know? I mean that with with genuine respect and like, you know, a bit of a crush, if I'm being honest. I think we all have a bit of a crush on herO, you know what I'm saying? Ooh, I love the stasis trap of the natural. Charge will complete, as well as the 3rd base. And now MaxPax really does need to get something done. Oh, that is an instant kill on this. He immediately spotted the stasis. Force field going to try and come down. Zealots are chasing. Guardian Shield will help with the keeping the Stalkers healthier. But the charge lots kind of, well, they do what they do best, which is charge out of there. We do see an aggressive blink forward. He takes down the Void Ray, not immediately. Shield Battery is able to keep it alive for a moment or 2 longer. MaxPax is continuing to add on more and more Stalkers. He is really committing to this hard. Oh, Oracle. It's double Oracle in the main, getting 7 probes of MaxPax. Energy recharge getting popped here. These Stalkers, they all had to blink back, so they do get a little bit low. And by getting a little bit low, I mean they're not able to all retreat out. He blinks back with everything again. But the blink cooldowns are coming back quickly, coming off quickly. MaxPax still has a lot of potential here, but oh man. herO finding even more damage on the other side of the map. There's no blink at all on the way for herO. None whatsoever. Did we see a recall come through? I think that's... No, that's a 3rd Oracle. He builds another stasis. MaxPax might actually do it here with just a pure blink Stalker. Ooh, a couple more Stalkers do go down, though. The Zealots helping to take care of them. This stasis trap Stalker actually working against herO in a big way. 1 for the vision, 2 for actually blocking the concave. Probes are going to pull. MaxPax will lose that Stalker, of course, as it pops out. +1 weapons is going to complete. Imagine an Immortal. So many things we could have seen, but he didn't build an Immortal. Oracles come back home. They're going to help to push this back. And now the Stalker numbers, I think, have finally been whittled down too much. The third Oracle getting taken out. Finally, an Immortal starts up. Even with the loss of all those probes for herO, he is still ahead in economy because he is just mining more efficiently off of the base setup that he's got. MaxPax is oversaturated at his natural. Oh, but he is going to rotate now. And herO is a little bit late to the party. We could see the pylon targeted down, which would mean no warp-ins into the fight and a long bit of reinforcement, actually. Now, MaxPax does have to reinforce through a very awkward position, but he's going to make some adepts. Oh, man. Can MaxPax actually make this work? Zealots will warp into the main base. Refusing to build Blink. Refusing to build Immortals. But refusing to die. Gets it done. Back in the day, casters used to crush on herO at every tournament. Now they call him a diamond player. I think most of the real casters don't do that. Why didn't herO get Blink? He just refused. He just wouldn't. He just wasn't going to. Bum. Was that really GG? I think he knew that as Immortals were added in, there was nothing more to be done, basically. Like, it was always going to be a defensive option. Oh, yeah, and +1 had been finished. But, like, MaxPax was... Because if you look at it, you'd think, like, oh, when the Stalker count gets, you know, knocked back down, maybe that's the time to GG. But, obviously, in that scenario, he had killed a bunch of probes. The casting desk all sat around calling herO a diamond player to UWC. Well, that's really disappointing. I didn't see that bit. I mean, there's no doubt that some of herO's decision-making is questionable sometimes, for sure. But, like, he also makes plays that, like, no one else in the world does or can. And, like, he'll make holds that are just seemingly impossible. All right, here we go. Spawning up in the top right. It is T1's herO in the blue. And his opponent spawning down in the bottom left. It is Sidestorm Gaming's MaxPax in the orange. Do you remember specifically who it was that was doing that? Because that seems like weird. I mean, like, I know there's the meme of like Winter has been like, oh, he's the best diamond player of all time, blah blah blah. Which I think is, like, fine. He's mostly goofing on him. And I feel like, based on context, usually... Usually, I feel like Winter, at least... I don't watch Winter videos. I mean, I've usually cast those games live most of the time. So why would I watch another cast of a game I myself have casted? Ooh. The probe gets spotted and he says, okay, let me zip and zoop around. But from my understanding is like, he still is like, oh, this is a really good play, blah, blah, blah. That's a little too bad, though. I'm for me, first and foremost, like, one of the most important things as a commentator is to, you know, respect the players and yada yada. I would expect that it was probably said, you know, mostly in jest. This probe is the most suspicious. But, like, does he actually have a plan with it? It feels like he's trying to sell that he's doing something, like, goofy. Yeah, Kalaris is definitely a host. For sure. Okay. Oh, wow. We're going to see double in-base Robo. MaxPax is definitely anticipating a proxy Robo. For sure. And herO is like, nuh-uh. Not this cowboy. Not this time. And he keeps it a secret, whereas herO gets the informational advantage. Probe on the other side of the map could find some very good information. Third gate made for MaxPax. Do we have a third gate? No, it's going to be a Nexus. Okay. So I do think this is an advantage for herO. But... oh, we're actually going to... oh, wow. Oh, my God. It's massive advantage. He just gets 2 probes in the main base. And I think saw the third gate. We got to check this. No, he didn't. He came just shy of seeing the third gate. Still, he saw no Nexus. He gets a couple kills. He saw a Chrono on the Robo. And he's building his own Immortal, which is obviously super, super important. I didn't think... wait, was Smix the host at EWC? I don't think so. For StarCraft 2, I'm pretty sure... I thought it was Kalaris, no? And then... Seltzer and... another... oh, Sandstorm. Sandstorm. Do we have a Sentry in here? We do. Ooh. 1 Immortal and a Sentry for herO. The Guardian Shield going to be very, very handy. Force Field's trying to come through. But even with this, I don't know. The Guardian Shield is helping so much to keep that Immortal living up to its name. The Prism went so far away. MaxPax, oh, man, that kind of just fell apart for MaxPax. That was very, very funky. Oh, 2 years ago. Okay. A lot of probes are going to fall, though. These triple Adept getting a lot of damage done. Okay, now this game got kind of weird now. Immortal being produced. It is actually going to be MaxPax out-mining herO by a bit. herO does need to rebuild probes. Oh, he's counterattacking. Okay, this is super, super weird. There's an informational advantage with the Observer on top of the army. The Adepts are going to get into the main. They're going to kill a lot of workers. herO's in a lot of trouble, actually, all of a sudden. MaxPax does not get that last worker. Other side of the map, though, these units for herO not going to be able to achieve anything. Weirdly, it's somehow herO that is the one that's all in, despite being 2 bases to 1. Now, he can change that fact by just making probes. Oh. But this is kind of neat. By making probes, he will kind of trigger a counterattack. Recall was already used for herO, which I didn't even realize. He does get the kill on the Observer. There are 3 Stalkers and a Sentry in here. Observer does see this. herO can absolutely give up the low ground, and he is right to do so. Recall is available for Maximus Paximus. He has to recall, but he also has to kill the Nexus. But if he does, he is going to lose a lot of stuff in the meanwhile. Probes are going to go back to work, but Guardian Shield's going to get popped. There's the recall coming through now. Oh, wow. We actually see a very disjointed fight, a very messy fight. I thought that was going to be herO instantly must retreat right away. He kind of was able to stand and fight for a little while. And that is because MaxPax didn't recall everything. Huh. This game gets super weird. It's even workers, but it's still a Nexus for herO. He is supply blocked, but so is MaxPax. herO, though, on a higher supply. And herO did not recall. No, he did. He did. What the heck? I missed the recall. What did he recall? Oh, this is very awkward. He did not need to put units inside there. And in fact, he loads up 2 Immortals. Okay, now both players have the recall on cooldown. It's going to be a base trade again. But now two of those very high-value immortals are on the other side of the map. One more has popped out, and another one is going to finish in a moment. herO is just... He is a dog with a bone when it comes to this this counterattack, this base trade. Force field on the ramp going to get dropped. Oh, ooh, who gets the kill on the other's observer? It is going to be MaxPax who kills herO's. Oh, good force fields. That's actually going to make it so that there wasn't room to drop everything right away. And that's definitely going to one-sidedly snowball this fight in favor of herO. On the other side of the map, the base trade force did end up working out very well for herO. And MaxPax felt compelled to full send at the very end. Damn, a super weird game. But very cool. Skilless beat Clem at a PvP. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. Now it is going to be MaxPax, ByuN in the lower bracket. What are we thinking? So we can either go classic herO, upper bracket best of 3, or switch to the loser bracket, and that would be a best of 1 MaxPax ByuN, and then winner of that would play Skilless in a best of 1, and then winner of that would play the loser of the other match in another best of 3. But by that point, everything will have converged, so it won't make necessarily much of a difference. As a first-time chatter, I love PvP and herO. Oh, hell yeah. Woohoo, Jin. Welcome, welcome. Did ByuN... Oh, no, of course ByuN and MaxPax didn't start already. Thank you, Around Then Bam, for the tier 1 resub at 9 months. Thank you. All right, I am going to run a quick 1.5 minutes of ads. Oh, no belief in herO. Oh, but also just not a lot of people bet on the last series. Where's our Zergs? The tip-top Zergs don't really play in this one. GG Machine actually had a very, very good series against ByuN. It was still a relatively comfortable victory for ByuN in game number 3. He kind of got a bit of a lucky run by in game 1. And by lucky, I don't mean lucky in the sense that it was... I think it was lucky the way that it worked out, because it literally won in the game at like 4.5 minutes in. And then also, ByuN didn't lift the depot. Hey, thank you very much, Ant Dog, for 7 stream streak. Tuning in 7 in a row. Was watching Euthermal Terran campaign. You don't need to apologize for that. I mean, you give the man Reapers, he's gonna have a good time. He's gonna make those babies look slick. I think we will probably go classic herO, yeah? I think more than anything, I want to see this with low ping. I think sometimes we don't see the best micro we could because of the relatively high ping. But the thing is, I'm sure if I cover ByuN MaxPax wins it, and then we get all the PvP. But if I cover this, then ByuN will win it. And then there'll still be a Terran alive. So I'm doing this for for the good of the tournament and the good of the viewers. He had a new episode with Tychus. Nice. I haven't watched it at all, but I saw him because I have him on my friends list. It's no big deal. We're friends on BattleNet. I have him on my friends list, and I saw he got like it was like, what was the name of the achievement? I can't even remember. But it was an achievement that was basically get like 5 kills with Raynor in the very first campaign mission. MaxPax ByuN. I mean, if enough people want MaxPax ByuN, we can pop on over to that one. Liberation Day. Is that the name of the achievement? Because I feel like that might be it. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Roddy is covering MaxPax ByuN. If he weren't, I would 100% cover it, but Roddy is a legend. And I mean, he just, he has the most viewership. Winners, finals. herO versus Classic. There is a part of me that feels bad for Classic as a player in general. Just because it kind of feels like he's a victim of being standard, if that makes sense. Like he's really good as a player, like very, very good, but he doesn't get like the recognition of somebody like a herO, because herO is just cool, like the way herO plays is cool and awesome and unique and inventive. And it feels like Classic is a lot more not just feels like, he is more by the book. Classic does mix it up in big tourneys though. Yeah, he does, but like even then it's still like he'll mix it up by being like, oh, now I'll do this thing well within standard deviation. But this guy will be like, I'm gonna drop a grenade in my shower, and that grenade is gonna propel me into the strongest punch you've ever been hit with. And you're like, what? But the grenade will blow you up. And then he'll be like, no, it won't. I'll just angle my body this way. And you'll be like, okay, you're dead. And then, moments later, his opponent is knocked out on the ground and he's somehow unscathed. And you're like, how did you just do that? And he's like, he just has a smile the whole time. Ergo, the smiling assassin. Rocket-propelled grenade? How about grenade-propelled herO? Anyway, spawning up at the top left, it is T1's herO. We've bought enough time for the boring monotony of the first 2 minutes of PvP where nothing happens at all. And it's Classic. But something has kind of happened. And by kind of, I mean it has happened, yeah. We're going to see a proxy. This looks like proxy robo to me. Yes. Meanwhile, defensive robo from Classic. For me, Kindle Cloud Reader, though, I find Cure to be even a more interesting player than Classic. because it feels like Cure's timings feel so sharp. But I think that's just a nature of the function of the races, because I think Classic's timings are very sharp too. But like seeing Stim, combat shields, +1 weapons all finish up so fast, so sharp, so close to get together is like really, really nice. Oh, we are going to see Classic, able to get the wall there. The probe of herO almost able to buy enough time and get a block. Here, of course, does not know that his opponent has opened up defensive robo. Now, it's not just about when it's you know, robo play, proxy robo. It's not just about can I kill my opponent. It can also turn into a very uncomfortable contain. Oh, we are going to see an Adept shade forward here, but herO was anticipating it. He drops a nice force field. Going to be able to kill one of those Adepts very quickly. Still, this will be 2 probes going down. Oh, on the other side. Ooh, Prism. Gets himself into a little bit of trouble. Oh, very nice force fields there from Classic. That's going to be able to get a kill on one of these Adepts very quickly. Oh, we're warping in more. Oh, that's bold. Oh, that's bold. Oh, look at that. He baits the shots into the Prism so that the Adepts will survive longer, and he ends up getting a couple of additional kills. Probably 2 more kills than he would have otherwise gotten. Classic does have his own Prism on the other side of the map. It is 18 probes to 22, but when it's 1 base to 1 base, having a 4-worker lead, it's nice. Percentage-wise, it's a huge portion of the economy. But a lot of these do not end up getting decided by little marginal bits of additional money. They end up getting decided, these games, by efficiency. Especially if you both stay on 1 base for a very long time. Oh, that's not efficient. But he gets out of there. Okay. Ooh, meanwhile, on the other side, it is going to be herO ending up losing this, and he does not get the Observer out before the pylon gets taken out. Now, he can leave that in construction if he was so inclined. herO, that is, and try and use the Prism, but he's not going to. He cancels this. Classic's going to commit, going to kill this. The Prism for herO, though, will rotate on the other side. And he gets 3 probes, so he does still get something done. And Classic does not know that a Stargate was made and that a Phoenix is now in production. That will be awkward, potentially. But he's going to see it now. Okay, that's a really important hallucinated Phoenix Scout. Without that, it would have been very easy to commit in, make a big mistakey, and get himself in a big trouble. Did the Stalkers try and go for a snipe on the probe? Maybe. They did reveal where the Prism is. Oh, and herO's got the angle on it. If he recalls, this could be very scary. If he recalls right this second, I think he's fine. Does he even have energy, though? Meanwhile, other side of the map, herO says, no, it's time to go in. Oh my goodness, Classic had moved out. That is really awkward for Classic. He was not anticipating herO moving back in with the Prism. That is going to be, once again, all 3 units saved for herO. 9 probes fall, a Stalker falls. He got a Sentry and 2 Adepts as well? What? Hip-a-burp-a-bip. Classic is now completely all in on just 14 probes. herO, though, this could be awkward for him. He's got the Phoenix on the other side of the map. No shield battery at the natural. Oh, Immortal's Barrier not put on cooldown. Force fields will get dropped, but they only catch 1 Adept. The other one wiggles squeakily through. Oh, that's a good force field on this Immortal. Prism is going to get taken out by these Phoenixes. It does get a Stalker warp in. This could lift the Immortals out of the fight. Instead, he's going to lift the Sentries, try and kill them quickly. Might wait until a recall is available in terms of energy. Oh, it's actually going to be Zealots dropped out. The Immortal died. It's going to be Stalkers lifted. Classic has depowered the 2 gateways, but It's going to be a Void Ray out in a moment. That's why he was going after the Stalkers. There's no reinforcements for Classic. A lift on one of the Stalkers. Energy recharge, trying to keep this Void Ray alive. It should be able to do so long enough. And now there's no anti-air. Immortals will kill probes. But it's still going to be 2 base to 1. It's 14, now 13, now 12 to 4. Oh, I didn't realize this Immortal was still alive. Doesn't matter, ultimately, is what I'm going for. 11 probes to 4 is still way too much. And with a second Void Ray about to pop out, I mean, there's just no way for Classic here. Good micro back on that one Void Ray, recognizing that the only even minuscule potential way he could have lost is if he loses the low HP one. But herO immediately gets it out of harm's way. And the maybe 0.1% win probability drops to a flat 0 and Classic taps out. I like to think of games of StarCraft in terms of win probability. I think it's neat. Exactly, Zealoson. Exactly. It's not just that like he's like so smart and makes such cool decisions. Like he's also just so fun. He's also just such a fun player. All right, ByuN, herO, Clem, Classic, MaxPax, and more compete in the Monday Night Weeklies. I feel like PvP was designed for herO. Like, I feel like the matchup was made for him personally. All right, here we go. Spawning up at the top right for T1, it is herO. He's so fun. And his opponent spawning down in the bottom left, it is Classic. In the blue. I think what makes herO such a cool player and so much fun, and I feel like I've said that sentence with so many different answers so many times, he's such a good improviser. He's so good at coming up with stuff on the fly. Yeah, I kind of actually think herO is like the antithesis of SOS. SOS comes up with the most gnarly, crazy builds. And it's not that herO doesn't have some crazy builds too. It's that SOS's builds are like, they're like a piece of fine art, you know? Whereas herO is like, he'll walk up to a canvas with no idea what he's about to paint. And sometimes it looks like a child's been finger painting, and other times it looks like the Sistine Chapel. And one, you never know what you're going to get. But two, it's that improvisation that herO brings to the table that it feels like no other player besides Dark can bring. Where just the decision-making under the gun is so cool. All right, we are going to see the defensive robo from Classic again. And he's not scouting herO's base. And this is what herO does to people too. He will be like, you are more likely to find relevant information about what I'm doing in the top left corner of the map than you will by checking my base. Because that's where he puts stuff sometimes. He'll put stuff anywhere. Classic's convinced there's a proxy, and you know what herO's doing right now? Standard expand. Stalker Sentry expand. Just the most normal. Now, this will still be scary for herO. Oh, well, he scouts the robo. Now, is he going to build his own robo? I would assume so. Adept's getting pushed back for now. Will Classic add on? Oh, he's adding on his own Nexus. Okay. So then it's going to be a Twilight Council. All right. I feel like that's so... The worst thing you can do against herO is have a script that you follow. Like an if-then statement. Hallucinated Phoenix going to get sent across the map. Classic, of course, can get some damage done with the Prism. But herO's already relatively well prepared for this. Ooh, he is going to see the Prism as it tries to drop into the main base. Prism going to take a decent amount of damage. He's got to be so careful with it. 5 Stalkers were closing in on that Prism, and they were almost all in range to shoot it, and that would have died with 2, maybe 3 units inside. Classic was on the verge of losing the game right there. Blink now in production. We do have sentries crossing the map. 4 sentries crossing the map. herO sending out a probe to take a third. Is the Immortal going to rally forward? Yes, it is. Classic needs to get something done. Nice little block here on the Adept Shades. Now, I think these are fake. That was going to be a cancel anyways. Oh. I'm here. herO knows he's got to be careful about potential force fields trapping these Stalkers in this little pocket. Classic does have the vision advantage right now. Are there set? No, they're Adepts. Okay. Man, what an airtight defense so far from herO. And he's taking a third Nexus. Classic. Oh. The Stalkers of herO did step kind of far forward. Very nice force fields right there. That's going to be an instant kill on this shield battery. There are force fields available for herO. He kind of pre-splits his units. Classic does have the advantage of the Prism Micro for the moment. Immortal chasing very far those Stalkers. Probes are going to try and pull, but the force field keeping them at bay for a while. And this is actually going so well for Classic. What a push, actually, from him. The force field's killing the battery instantly. And herO taking a third Nexus, not respecting this push from Classic. And that is going to be a game 2 victory for Classic, 100%. herO trying to snipe the Prism, but he just doesn't have what he needs. Damn, well done by Classic. The force fields, whew, clean. Jumping herO very quickly. The timing he hit just before Blink completed, very well done. SOS is proper GOAT candidate. I don't know that I would agree. I don't think he is. I don't think he's a candidate for GOAT. I would be of the opinion that I don't know that I would put him on. I don't know. It's going to be contentious regardless, you know? All right, here we go. Spawning it down in the bottom right. For T1, it is herO. In the red. And his opponent spawning up at the top left. It is Classic. In the blue. SOS the GOAT of HOTS? I think at best you could say he's the GOAT of prep or the goat of builds. I don't know who I would say was the best player of HOTS, though. Actually, no, I do think I know. Yeah, that's the thing, Manticore. It's even a contested category. I think it's fun to have these discussions as long as everyone's civil, though. That's the most important thing. herO sneaking a probe out once again. Trap at his best was the most talented Protoss player. A lot of people like Stats. A lot of people like Trap. A lot of people like Rain. The thing that's weird about HOTS, though, is that so much of it was... I feel like actually so much of Heart of the Swarm was pretty riddled with imbalance. And, like, really bad game design, too. So I don't even know... Oh, Classic is going to be able to get a block here on this base. Classic playing a pretty nice bit of mind games here in terms of how he has played out this series. Switching to a Stargate now in game number 3. Speaking of unpredictability, obviously a big fan of that. Oh, I do have to sneeze. Oh, switches targets away from the probe just as he was about to kill it because he was focused on the other side of the map. Does ultimately get the probe kill. herO really wants to kill this Stalker. Oh, not going to be able to get it, though. Nope, it will get away. Good job from Classic, but he was distracted. Trap played in a really cool way, I think. He utilized Immortal Warp Prism Micro. And he was a really cool player. Oh, attacking up the ramp here. Very awkward. Classic going to show up with the Oracle and trying to use it as a battle unit. Kind of no choice because he was attacking in an awkward position. Does lose that Oracle. We'll take a look at the battle report afterwards, but does herO get the kill on this Stalker? No, it will escape. 2 Stalkers and an Oracle for 2 Stalkers and a Sentry. I think most people would agree that the Sentry is the more valuable unit, but... Or sorry, the Oracle is the more valuable unit, but the second Oracle being made is going to find an opening in the natural. We'll be able to get at least a couple probe kills. He commits in for a 3rd. Wanted a 4th. Didn't get it. He misclicked. herO, though, is able to get a couple of kills here. He is going to push up the ramp. He's got the HP advantage, but with the defensive warp in, and with, of course, those probes, he is going to be able to retreat out. Insta recall. Classic may not have been anticipating that. Ends up not able to get one of those kills. Not even able to do hull damage. Meanwhile, Double Adept somehow getting in too. Damn, very chaotic early game. But it is going to be herO coming out of this with a, like 3.5 worker lead. I know it's weird to measure in halves, but that is how it's going to be. I do like this DT Shrine. I do like this DT Shrine a lot. Because herO has gone for Twilight. But he's going to drop the Robo almost immediately. And, I mean, Immortals are obviously good. Prism's good. Observer's good. Classic did kill the Sentry, and that means no additional hallucinations. So herO's just going to... Okay, I'm not going to build another Sentry for hallucinations. What I'm going to do is just go straight for the... straight for the next setup. Ooh, Oracle. Will get spotted. Blink is going to complete in a moment. There is a defensive battery here for Classic. DT Shrine is going to complete. Does herO start up an Observer right away? If he doesn't, he could actually be in some big trouble, but it is going to be Observer first. No idea about the Robo facility. for Classic here. And it is going to be a slow warp DT on the right side. Now, this could still be a nuisance for herO. But he does have the Observer rallied to home. Third Nexus is, of course, on the way. Classic will have Blink completing pretty soon. But... oh, did Oracle revelate the Stalkers? No, it didn't. herO. Oh. Didn't see it. He didn't see it. Observer in the natural will kill this DT. Probes are going to pull away. It's 6 probes going down so far. But this is not the end of the world yet for herO. Classic actually going to be able to recall out this DT. That's nice. That's half an Archon. Oh, he has another DT in the natural. Now, all of a sudden, it's starting to get a decent bit of damage. Okay. herO, though, still... oh, wow, the Oracle. Oh, the Oracle came in, got a bunch of damage. Yeah, up to 9 kills now. Oh. Bad observing strikes again. Even with all this, Classic's third base is so late that I still favor herO's position right now. And, of course, he's got the Passer +1. Classic is going to go straight up to 5 additional gates. Oh, he might just try and hit a very strong Forgeless charge lot attack. Stalker charge lot. herO, though, will have his charge done relatively soon. Yeah, Classic is going for charge right now. He is definitely going to be chrono boosting that heavily. Now, herO has caught back up. 3 more DTs just warped in. Surely... yeah, this is an Archon morph. Surely. Yeah. And I guess it will be Charge Lot Archon, actually. herO is chronoing the +1, which when your opponent has charge and Archons, it might actually even be better to not have charge if you're defensive. The movement speed is great, but they're kind of just as likely to zoom into their own death. Oh, herO moving out would be very, very awkward for him. Classic's got an upgrade, or pardon me, not an upgrade advantage. He's going to be down in upgrades. He's got an army supply advantage, but herO is going to go for what will turn into a base trade. Hallucinating a couple of Archons is Classic. This is going to get very, very funky. Charge now will complete. Both players have finished up their have finished up their charge upgrade. We've got a stasis trap being made somewhere. Where was it? I don't even know. Oh, in the main. Oh, Classic pulling the probes. This is going to get very, very messy. Both players are already supply blocked. We've got production being switched off here. herO not running away with his units. No DTs on the map, and none of them going to be able to be morphed. herO did hide some probes. Classic is running his probes away meanwhile. This Oracle will be able to kill some of the Zealots, but will it be actually able to save the probes is the bigger question. The answer is yes, it actually does, kind of. herO's got a ton of probes still alive. Classic has not seen them. Well, he has seen them, but he hasn't noticed them. Meanwhile, it is both players losing Nexi. herO... oh, he built... oh my god, he got out so many probes. Oh, wow. Okay. herO still has his Cyber Core for now. If he can get a pylon up, he can build 2 shield batteries. Oh, the Cyber Core just died. Just died before that. Meanwhile, this is a lot of the army of Classic. It is kind of out in the middle of nowhere. herO's going to be able to pick off a decent number of units. What is the unit count right now? This is for the series, of course. Classic trying to pick off some of these units, but the charge lots end up getting kited. Good blink micro here from herO. Revelation is going to be good. Classic does need to get something done here as he is so far down in workers. herO, oh, he's building a cannon. I forgot that the Forge is still alive. That's an option. Link forward coming through. Cannon gets canceled. herO gonna pull the probes. Oh, Prism tries to get sniped down. He actually saves it and then immediately YOLOs it back in. Immortals in the back, not shooting their preferred targets. This is gonna come down to the wire. There's a stage trap in the middle of the army. It gets a hallucinated Colossus, and that is it. herO recognized it last second, got the save. Guardian Shield 4 Classic will expire, but it was helping a lot. Unit count is more Stalkers for herO, and those are the most important units. All the probes have died for herO, but he can rebuild them. He's got the cash. Classic on just 2 probes, and they are both mining. herO. You know, we got to swap the positions now. It is now herO who's the top player and Classic who's the bottom. They have swapped positions on the map. herO chasing down Stalkers. Ooh, Classic does get one of them on an awkward rally. The probe count may become irrelevant. Oh, Classic with a nice blink back. He ends up getting a kill. herO is chasing a little bit haphazardly, but can he get a chase down? Just barely does. And as long as he is trading 1 for 1, this is still good for him. There's a DT on the top right. Oh, the DT gonna kill the probe. herO canceling his last probe. There is a... Oh, there's an Oracle. If he can revelate this Observer, there will be no... No, wait, no, there's 2 Observers. Oh. herO did cancel his probe. Classic doesn't have money to build another base. How many structures are there? There's actually a lot more for Classic, and they're more spread out. Oh, Revelation. All right. Wait. No, the recall. He gets the kill on the DT, and now herO just has to defend. There's a sentry here. I don't know what the game plan was with that. I think he was just trying to hide it. But now Classic is dead. However, does herO realize that Classic is dead and he can just sit here? Eventually, Classic would lose by being outmined, outproduced. He'll know now. He'll know now. Revelation, not going to matter. Observer trying to be sniped. It's a bluff. He'll kill the Observer, but there's no DTs, no supply, no money, and no hope for Classic. herO takes the game. Wow. Wow. God, what a cool game. God, that's so cool. All right, that is going to be herO moving on to the grand finals. I actually have no idea TBD Forever. I think he was going for his own attack. And that ended up just being like the best thing he could have done. Hey, ByuN did win against MaxPax. He's now facing off against Skilos. He just killed a crap ton of probes. Probe surviving there won him the game? Yes. Are you talking about the ones at the natural? Because I kind of lost track of those ones. But I'm going to guess that they probably did survive a lot longer, and they probably helped a lot. That's the other thing, too, is like a lot of players will get into that position and then be like, oh, crap, it's a base trade. But herO's like, okay, go. And like he instantly understands the assignment, instantly knows what the best move is to make, which is hard commit. And that's what he needed to do. Don't feel bad for Protoss players. Hey, welcome Radial Gaming. Insane game. Yeah. Very, very fun game. Very fun series. I'm glad we covered that one because that was like a really good series. Okay, we do have to run another 3 minutes of ads, but since we're waiting for the conclusion of ByuN and Skilless anyways, should be fine. We may have an all South Korean top 3. That is looking very possible. Either way, the highest performing player will end up being Skilless. Sorry, highest performing non-Korean player, I should say. Outperforming Clem, outperforming MaxPax, outperforming Thermal. Shout out to Uwu Thermal. Classic had better comp, Hero had an upgrade. Yeah. The stasis trap in the middle of the fight from Classic, though, was very smart, and it almost actually won him the game. If Hero gets even like 3 stalkers, 3 or 4 stalkers with that, which is a lot, granted, but basically if Hero doesn't see it, doesn't pull back, or maybe even tries to click it and doesn't have the DPS, which I think might have been the case, would have been a lot more difficult. Is there a reason Cyril doesn't play? I mean, yeah. You'd have to ask him directly, but the main thing would be, you know, doesn't want to show builds, styles. It's more beneficial for him to focus on bigger tournaments. Yeah. He's not a player that is like a grinder. And that doesn't mean that he doesn't practice hard. It means he is a player that I think focuses more on fine-tuning as opposed to let me get almost exposure therapy and play as many games as I possibly can against as many high-level players to, you know, get as much possible yeah, as much benefit as possible. Did ByuN win? He did indeed, which means it is going to be Classic versus ByuN. ByuN versus Classic. Best of 3 losers finals. We'll put loser bracket finals to make it feel a little less bad. These guys aren't losers. They're awesome. We love them. At least I do. I'm a big fan. I think the mystique works in his favor. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think there can definitely be like a demystification when you... Like, beating a player can definitely be the kind of thing where it's like, until you do, there's an aura of invincibility, potentially. Oh my God, what a message. Sheesh. Hoi, oi. It's like a call sign that I wouldn't have expected to see. tend to fiddle with stuff a lot. Take my like watch off, put it back on constantly while I'm casting and stuff. It's like super it's super distracting. Ruby Rock, Tourmaline, Winter Madness. Yeah? Yes. Okay. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Hopefully, yeah, ByuN and Classic will have some good stuff. Some good matches. But yeah, I'm always like, I feel like I'm always like fidgeting a little bit. Doing something. Oh, I think herO still does grind a fair bit. I think he's still a practice machine. But I think a lot of it is replay analysis. A lot of it is fine-tuning stuff against AI. A lot of it's customs. He still plays ladder. But there's definitely more of a, I think, focus on, yeah, other stuff. You already had ByuN vs. Classic today? Yes, we did. Yeah, Classic did 2-0 that. Hey, welcome, Jeff Vsauce. I don't know how much you can improve by playing ladder nowadays. It makes targeted practice a lot more difficult. If not borderline impossible, honestly. It's like very, very tough. All right. Classic is AFK for a moment, so I'm going to also be AFK for just a moment. I'll be right back. All right. Good news, we didn't miss anything. Would be interested in if we could know who has played the most games, like tournament games or ladder games, because that's... I mean, I think both of those are interesting questions. Aligulac getting a nice facelift, by the way. Huh. Interestingly, I feel like Rogue's been doing pretty well recently, but he's not in the top 10 on Aligulac. 13th, still behind Shin, who actually also dropped out as the top 10. Oh. Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. I see what you guys are talking about with Percival's recent results. Okay. So I didn't get a chance to see the Wardy TV Team League matches. Not most of them, anyways. Did anyone check those out? And if so, you got any inside scoop for me? Inside out and upside down? Inside out and upside down. Did something get announced for Stormgate that it's no longer... They're no longer going to put it in their offline mode? Do. Elon Musk tweeted the truth currently is steadfast friendship. Did he actually? That would be so funny. Oh. Steadfast going to the moon. Oh my God, he did. Leave me out of this. Leave me out of this. Me about to have to change my name for the third time or whatever. Fourth time. He wants to make a Terran colony on Mars. Soaring through space. So, the moment you said that, my brain immediately was like, I won't be in a spaceship. I'll just be exposed to the vacuum. Not because I've done anything wrong. Not because I've been ejected or anything. But, I just don't have the... Don't have the confidence. Sure you can handle the vacuum of space? The bigger question is, can the vacuum of space handle me? I ain't afraid of you, space. With your... stuff. Bum ba dum bum 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 bum. Okay, Classic has finally arrived. And we are joining the lobby. It's going to be Winter Madness for game number 1. This will be a best of 3. Nice. Oh, is everyone in? Okay, I was like, herO's not in. And then I realized he's in the next round. My car is missing a lot of coolant. Could that be the reason why the engine is jittering every once in a while? I mean, yeah. Possibly. For one, I am not a mechanic, just to be clear. So any advice, blah, blah, blah. I can't be held accountable for destroying your entire vehicle. Best of 3? Yes. Yes, because players have been playing best of 3 into best of 3 in the finals instead of best of 5 into best of 3. So TKL was like, okay, well then we're going to turn this one into a best of 3. Yeah, sorry, I'll get into answering your question in just a little bit. But first, we intro the players. Because spawning up at the top left, it is Classic. In the red. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right for the Shopify Rebellion, it's ByuN. In the blue. The windscreen washer fluid. But yeah, sorry. So what kind of car do you drive? And I mean, if it's missing coolant, that shouldn't... Like, that would more likely, if it was causing a problem, show up as the temperature would be high. Ford Focus Mark II. I've never heard it referred to like Mark. That's interesting. Depending on the mileage, I mean, the engine might just be kind of getting worse. If it's missing coolant, it's not cool enough. Buy a cooler car. Brilliant. It's a great point, Grotto. Yeah, you could save so much money by just consolidating all the fluids into one. What could possibly go wrong? It is going to be a 1-Rax expand. ByuN putting on the high ground. Classic Scouts. And that's good info for Classic. He's going to open up with the Stalker. Chad is roasting me. Nah, I think they're just roasting... I think they're just roasting the idea of cars. Spitting orange smoke from the engine. What can I do to resolve this while airborne? Chat's just taking the piss, as they always do. As I've definitely encouraged. Time is a factor. But yeah, no. So Ford, the Ford Focus, I don't think they've made it in a while, right? Like that's probably from the mid 2000s or maybe like what, 2012, 2014. Ford does not make cars that last the longest. 20 years old? Okay, yeah. It is unlikely to do with the coolant. I'm assuming the engine light is not on, or you probably would have said that. Okay, yeah, no, I think it's just... By the way, 2 stalkers across the map very quickly. This is a 3-stalker opener. Nifty. Robo, second gate. Blink already on the way. ByuN is going to move to the low ground, and he is going to try and chase down one of these stalkers. Ooh, nice break on the lock-on. Good job from Classic, forcing that Cyclone back while microing back the stalker. Gets the break on the leash. And he's able to avoid taking any hull damage on these stalkers. I think all 3 of them. Yeah. And get some damage on the Cyclone. Going to force a little bit of repair. That's money down the drain. And that's lost mining time as well. Not a massive amount, but what ultimately ends up being free. Now, is this Reaper on purpose, or is this an oopsie Reaper? This feels like an oopsie Reaper. But ByuN is going to be able to scout with it. He didn't cancel it, so... Yeah, no, that actually feels like it might have been on purpose. Interesting. That Cyclone needed more coolant. Yep. Could be spark plugs. Could be a timing issue. Could be... It's something that is likely beyond anything I could do to really diagnose it. Oh, Banshee is going to get spotted here. That is a cloakless Banshee. Single cloakless Banshee. That could be very nice for ByuN. He's already got 2 tanks out. He's adding a 3rd. Oh, looks like Classic did see this. ByuN only able to get 1 probe. And already taking a fair bit of damage. Reaper... sitting on the 3rd base. We're going to see a blink into the main base. Very well-placed tank behind this extremely nice wall. Classic, though, is going to try and get in here. Will snipes him. It's not very far along, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's still a nice pick-off. Is he going to try and get in here? He's got to be careful. There's another tank that has now found its way in range of these stalkers. Oh, very clunky little blink right there from Classic. Really awkward, actually, from Classic. Not the best. Oh my god, he loses another stalker. Yeah, that was actually really sloppy. ByuN now fires up Stim, combat shields, and +1 weapons all next to each other. Which runs without coolant. Did the Banshee go down? Oh, we're going to see it dropping on top of one of the tanks with some Zealots. He will get the kill on the first one. Second one is... Oh, the repair! Yo, SCVs! SCVs! Mr. President, get down! Damn, what a sick bit of body blocking right there. That was actually so cool. Nice move from Classic. That was actually so sick. Micro is micro. Oh, he wants Stim once again. This time it is farther along. It's about halfway done. Kills the Cyclone before he... Oh, no, no! My God, he saved the Cyclone. 1 HP. Sick. Oh, baby. Still, Stim now denied for another round. But it is worth noting that Classic committed a lot to this. Lost a fair bit. 3rd Nexus is delayed. 3rd Command Center is obviously behind this, but yeah, I think this is okay for ByuN. I think Classic is still fine with how this has gone as well, especially since he's going to have Storm now done. But it's not like ByuN is out of this game by any means. He is still very much in a playable position. And this is going to be a Storm drop with a 6 HP Warp Prism. ByuN does need to start Stim again. Please start Stim again. There we go. Stim and Concussive. Classic immediately taking a 4th base after all this. Single medevac. Not going to be able to get too much done here. There's the Storm drop. Oh, ByuN. SCVs stacked up. Oh, okay. That 3rd Storm was quite interesting. It actually does get a couple of kills, but... Oh, that was almost massive damage. As it was, that was still good damage. 9 SCVs is a lot. And it was only 1 High Templar that died. Obviously, oh my god, Classic has 6 more at home. He might actually be able to push in before Sim is done. ByuN did not restart it quickly. It's still more, 50 seconds away. Ugh. This is very funny because ghosts are out before Stim is done. Classic now adding on a 2nd Robo and a Robotics Bay. Oh, that first Storm. Oh, he drops a Storm very far back. ByuN is just going to get overpowered here, I think. Tanks get taken down. Storm is reasonably well split against. But it is still looking brutal here for ByuN. Vikings. Oh my god, not able to get the Prism. ByuN finally completing Stim. Classic actually did commit pretty hard and lost a lot there. Actually went better for ByuN than I expected. He was well set up. I wonder if the tanks targeted down a bunch of Templar during that, because it feels like not a lot of Storms went off. Really wish Battle Report were available. Would have loved to have seen, you know, how many EMPs were cast. I didn't see an EMP hit. Classic taking a 5th base. No. If it was 32 workers, I would be saying... I would not be pretending like ByuN has a chance in this game. As it is a tough game for ByuN. It is going to be a really tough game. But there is some hope. He's had an army supply. He's able to go into his 2-2. Very interesting that he prioritizes Ghost Cloak super hard. Depot Top Hat gets dropped. I like how the SCVs are kind of every so often getting like spot healed by medevacs running through this position, and then they're like, no, you don't. And they get sent away. Classic, is going to have a... Oh my god, he's taking a 6th base. He's going to have a long period of time where ByuN is just not able to secure a 4th base. Oh, that is a super awkward depot. He has created a really awkward choke point for himself. Classic may just go when the next 2 Colossus, Extended Thermal Lance, and 2-1 upgrades complete. I mean, it's kind of a dream timing in terms of all the upgrades lining up. Also going to be getting into a bunch of different additional gateways. Another Nexus being taken. We're going up to 7 bases, including both high-yield gases. ByuN going to try and land his command center, but Classic does not need to let this happen at all. At all. And there are these Colossus now. Classic already mining off this high-yield gas. Sensor tower is here. 2-2 not yet done for ByuN, so he's down an upgrade. Cloak on the Ghost will come through and will achieve absolutely nothing because that was spotted. I didn't even see the Observer is the weird thing. Is it in the middle of the army? Oh, okay. Now we're... Oh, my God. Those were some EMPs. Sheesh. How many Vikings do we have? We got 9 Vikings. Oh, we've also got a Trader Marauder that's been taken care of. ByuN got all fired up. Storm is going to try and hit the Vikings, but they were relatively well spread. Archons as well. There's the Observer. Now I see it. Oh, and 2 more. Scan comes in. ByuN does hold. Those EMPs were mega. Massive EMPs. But ByuN loses a lot of his Vikings. He did not kill all the Colossus. In fact, I think he only got 1. Oh, and now we see a blink forward in on top of this planetary. ByuN was out of position. Storm on these units. Repair will be good. Classic deciding not to commit in there. Meanwhile, going up to 5 Colossus. That is 30 army supply in Colossus. When you know your opponent is already on Vikings and is probably rebuilding them as well. Now, it is only 2 Vikings being built at a time, but there's capacity for 4. Zealots in the natural are going to try and draw ByuN out of position, and they will successfully do so at least a little bit. 2 more Colossus going to show up. One of them does fall. Those 2 Colossus are low on HP. ByuN is maxed out just about and is on 2-2. Starts up to 3-3. Starts up +2 ship weapons. Classic attacking in with a bit of an anti-timing now this time. Before his +2 armor completes, it will complete now. Oh, Storm. Gonna pop his own Observer. It was a good Storm, but... oh my god, 4 Colossus at once. We've gone into Quadra Robo. Classic is playing some obscene StarCraft. Most of the area units have been taken out, so yeah, there's not enough to... ByuN doesn't have enough time to build Medevacs and Vikings. And he desperately needs both. Classic should not give him that time. And he certainly doesn't need to. 1, 2, 3. We're about to see War of the Worlds right here. 3 and 4. Oof. Scan comes in, sees the army is backed away slightly. Classic should 100% be continuing his upgrades. No reason not be getting +3 ground armor at the very least. You can make an argument for no +1 shields, but yeah, he's going to start that up. Just taking stock of things. We are going to see a blink forward. Snipes down a Viking. Gets a ghost as well. That's quite nice. ByuN actually super caught out of position. Oh, and he does land a good EMP on some of the High Templar. The other ones will drop a nice zoning storm. Nice feedback as well. And another very good storm right there. Classic trying to wedge his way in. I think ByuN might have just loaded up into a medevac. Very nice EMP there. Sorry, loaded up into a medevac and then it died. 5 Colossus right here with +3 weapons against +2 armor. Even with an amazing concave from ByuN and not a crazy amount of frontline for Classic. This is a murderous Protoss army. And Classic will get it done. I mean, the eco was just too much. Too much, and then ByuN got caught out of position. And just, I mean, he just straight up died. Having to attack into 5 Colossus that are spread out so that none of them are stacked up and they're all shooting at once. Does, yeah, it's not a winning scenario, I think. ByuN shall rise again. Oh. All right. Ooh, Would be nice if ByuN were able to force a Game 3. Keep the dream of a non-PvP finals alive, but we are going into 10,000 feet once again, which Classic did win the first time. All right, here we go. Spawning down on the bottom right. It is Classic. And his opponent spawning up at the top left for the Shopify Rebellion. It's ByuN. in the blue. Maybe herO's napping? Hey, he's chilling. He's like, yeah, this is easy peasy. Also, welcome How May. This is a good Terran map, but ByuN plays 3 racks. I mean, good map, bad map. Obviously matters a lot. But it can feel... I mean, it can feel a little tough when you're already having a tough time against a particular opponent. You're like, oh, cool, yeah, this is a great map for me. But the matchup doesn't feel so great. True nerds sleep up until 12 a.m. Well, yeah, that's because they're up so late the night before gaming, you know? I like to think of my brain as operating without enough RAM ever. And by like to, I mean, I don't like to think that, but it's kind of just the reality of things. Bum 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 ba-dum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum. So far, similar setup with the Marine into high ground CC. This time, we're going to see another concussive shells opening, and okay, it's a second barracks. All right, so no third CC, but it will be a 3 racks out of ByuN. He's going for it again. One of the worst builds there is. Did I call it or did I call it? Yeah, I mean, well done. Well done. ByuN's addicted to bio units, man. He's got a real problem. He just can't get enough of them bio units. Instantly going to be going into the stim behind this. ByuN wants that upgrade fast, and it's going to be a reactor behind this as well, and an NG bay. Okay, this is something I'm a lot more on board with. Nice little ambush, by the way, from ByuN. Hides the units very far away and gets the kill on the first adept. That's really nice. You hate 3 racks, but it's okay on this map. I hate 3 racks in general, but I actually really like the double reactor variant. Because it is... You get your +1 weapons, your factory, your starport, double medevacs a lot faster because you're not building stim and combat shields at the same time. Yes, you're investing in a reactor instead of a tech lab, which is 25 more gas, but you're still spending way less gas early on. And as a result, you have faster factory, therefore faster medevacs. I think it's a much stronger way to go about things. ByuN needs to do Euthermal Rush. Upgrade Rush, it's OP. Euthermal's got some really cool ideas. And they're actually, many of them are much better than people realize. All right, it is going to be 4-gate blink again. This time, though, I mean, ByuN's going to actually have a decent number of units. He had stim before, but just not enough units, I think. Problem for ByuN, though, is that Classic is... This is a lot of Stalkers. 12 Stalkers at 5 minutes with blink done. This is a... Wow. This is a sick, nasty timing. And it is going to be an instant snipe on combat shields, only halfway done. And the bio units of ByuN were so far out of position. The Classic's blink is already mostly back off cooldown. Oh, a very awkward blink, though. He doesn't manage to get everything kind of to safety. And as a result, ByuN kills a lot more than I think he should have been able to. But this was still an effective push so far from Classic, and he may still just win the game right here and now. Oh, Stalker's being set up on the low ground. Good micro with the Prism. And really good positioning here with the Stalkers on the low ground. Oh, blinking back up into the main base, but only 4 of them. You can just pop back right into the Prism. Now we're warping in Zealots. Okay, he's going to blink in with everything and drop the Zealots. That's kind of psychopath behavior, but he's far enough ahead that it may just work. Quick SCV pull from ByuN does come in. It's a lot of additional dead SCVs. Classic is, like, still committing to this while getting up to a Robo Bay. I mean, until the Medivacs pop out, it's just so unpleasant for the Terran. But Classic is really forcing the issue in a way that I'm not a big fan of, to be honest. He's giving ByuN an opportunity to actually kind of get back into this game with really good micro. And so far, ByuN is, I would say, delivering. Oh, but Classic going to blink forward once again. He might still have a kill shot right now. The thing is, Classic is continuing to macro behind this cleanly. He's got his first Colossus about to pop. Charge is going to complete soon. Oh, Sentry. Oh, Force Field on the ramp. Will be a good one. There is a bunker at the natural, though. That's going to be mass repaired. Really well handled from ByuN. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no. He's killed a crap ton of SCVs. The thing is, ByuN is... I feel like Classic, if he had not gone in with the first Zealot warp in, and it had macroed a little bit, like a little bit more focus on macro at home behind this, I feel like this game would be out of reach for ByuN. And to be honest, it probably kind of still is. Because there's already 2 Colossus and Extended Thermal Lance. Well, second Colossus is about to pop out. Extended Thermal Lance, 20 seconds away. Yeah. Recall going to come through. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is still just too much for ByuN to handle. Oh, he is supply blocked here. Oh, and it's a brutal one at 94 of 94. I think he dropped a depot top hat. Yeah, he did. He dropped 2, in fact. Not at the same time. We are going to see a blink forward. It's maybe not the best blink forward, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, the army of ByuN was very split up. No, it was a very good blink forward, actually. Both players were kind of unprepared, but of course, Classic is able to juggle units with the Prism. And it is going to be Classic taking a 2-0. Very up in his opponent's business. When in doubt, be aggressive. I mean, yeah. Yeah, it definitely worked out for him. Worked out for him very, very well. Classic aggro hits really hard because he doesn't overstay. I mean, it's not just that. Like, the timing was actually really strong. Like, 12 Stalkers at 5 minutes. Like, basically blinking into your main is a lot. Now, granted, part of that was that ByuN didn't have anything. And by that, I mean didn't have anything to pressure on the other side. Okay, minute and a half of ads real quick. Dun, dun, dun. All right, it is going to be a PvP finals. I would very much appreciate you folks if this does end up being the final best of 3 of the tournament. Sticking around because we are going to be doing a sponsored stream. Just an hour of sponsored Minecraft, actually. And this is an interesting one because I will get paid depending on the number of people that like stick around and watch. And I believe it has to be like 2 minutes. 2 minutes at minimum. It's kind of a weird way that they have said it. You would watch, I would appreciate very much. You sponsored that for tomorrow? Nice. Not gonna lie, I don't know how ByuN wins that outside of sniping the prism. I mean, even with like the faster stim, everything, it's still a really uncomfortable position. Really uncomfortable situation. All right, who will win this best of 3 PvP? Oh, that's full screen. Reset. Finals. herO or Classic. This is, of course, a rematch of their banger series from before. Extreme Bikini. I can't hold it more than 3 minutes. Oh, my God. You'll stick around for 3 minutes? Perfect. I have to do a little bit of setup for it, but hopefully it shouldn't take long. We are going to be playing some Minecraft. Still gonna bet on Classic. Can we see the game? Absolutely. That's what we're here for. Spawning up the top left for T1, it is herO. In the red. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right, it's Classic. In the blue. They already had a hell of a game on this map. Specifically. Feeling like Mango Mosh today, the balanced wine coursing through my veins. Oh my God. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. I'm really curious also. I haven't taken a sponsorship that's like directly through Twitch before because they've been, to be frank, I think the term insulting would actually be reasonable. Reasonable to say that, but this one was, you know, decent. It's good. It's worth doing. Oh, eh. Oh, eh. Oh. ByuN. That's so funny. Which one of them dropped the spray? Actually, they both have it on cooldown. But at like the same point? I mean, I guess there's 2 sprays, so I don't know. Proxy Stargate from herO. Meanwhile, a faster in-base Stargate from Classic. Interesting, interesting. Damn, that probe got absolutely shattered. Absolutely shattered. As God is my witness, he's broken him in half. I can make my voice sound like it's AI, kind of. British man speaks about things clearly and with disdain. I'll have you know. It's a 6 adept opener. Classic actually going to juke these, though. Oracle is popping out. We got a Void Ray in production for Classic. He's thinking this is some kind of all-in. Does that adept get away? It sure will. But barely. Ooh, meanwhile, other side of the map, herO does get in with his 2 adepts. And that is going to be at least a few dead probes. Oh, the wraparound, but the cut through. 4 probes go down. Now Oracle shows up. Stasis Trap will get dropped. If that should be denied, yes, it will be. Good job from Classic. Gets in on top of that. Meanwhile, 2 more Adepts getting in. There is a Stasis Trap on the other... Or, pardon me, an Oracle on the other side. That is going to get at least a couple of kills. 5 probes will fall. Void Ray does not exactly kill Adepts quickly. And this is 5 Adepts in the main base of Classic. herO is going to kill so many workers. But will it be enough? They have both absolutely hammered each other on the top of the noggin. But it is Classic with a Nexus. And herO with a no Nexus. Yeah, that worked. That totally worked. Phoenix going to be produced from herO. Meanwhile, more Void Ray. What a funny game this has become. God, this is actually a cool game. Classic is going to be able to probe up a little bit. Oh, Oracle will find these Adepts with their Shade on cooldown. That's going to be at least 1 dead Adept before they can complete the Shade. Is he going to Shade forward? Yeah, of course he does. Kind of has to. Only gets 1 probe. That is really awkward there. Good pickoff. Phoenix? Yeah, Phoenix makes sense. Phoenix is a very good answer to Void Rays. Oh, Oracles do get spotted here. And now Revelations on the Stalkers as well as the Oracles. Stalkers of Classic, Oracles of herO. Yeah, Phoenixes are actually a really good answer to Void Rays. A lot of people don't realize that. Meanwhile, Classic trying to make a Phoenix of his own. We've got units crossing over each other. Ooh, awkward rally for herO. He was paying attention, obviously, to the chase on his opponents, Phoenix and Oracle. herO does not want to lose this Stargate. But it will get depowered almost certainly. And that's going to make things very awkward. 4 Phoenix versus 2 Void Rays in a Phoenix. I mean, obviously, the mobility advantage goes in the favor of the 4 Phoenix. But especially with Stalkers underneath. Yeah, I mean, obviously, the army of Classics is going to win. Oh. Oh, Stasis! Stasis Mom has got it going gone. Yeah, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but we did it anyways. Oracles will end up getting sacked. That's... Yeah, there's nowhere to go. Unless Classic forgets to click. Meanwhile, other side of the map, it's because the Phoenix is lifting up the Stalkers. Recall was already used, which means those Stalkers are DE dead. No way. Okay, he just turns around. He just embraces death. Damn. Okay. God, this game is so weird. They somehow have their blink timed out very similarly. And the game, I wouldn't say it's even, but it's kind of even-ish. The Phoenixes can kill this Phoenix of Classic through the shield battery. There's enough DPS. And he does manage to keep his own Phoenix alive, just barely. Classic does still have the Oracle advantage. But the Phoenixes can lift and kill probes too. And 4 is a really nice number because it allows you to kill before the shield battery can even heal really at all. 7 probes go down, and now it is a big worker lead for herO. He is still ahead in the blink timing. It is going to be 4 gates to 3. Stasis Trap trying to get set up. herO with a quick response. Very quick reaction time. Void Rays do pop prismatic alignment. Guardian Shield going to be very handy against them, but that is a lot of damage still. Oracle will not be able to recall out. It's dead. But he gets a cancel on his opponent's 3rd Nexus, and that is really big. Blink, though, is now completed. herO thinking about a blink forward, but he knows it is dangerous. Guardian Shield is going to be available in a moment, but it's not ready yet, so he drops a Force Field. One of the Void Rays does go down. Lift on the Sentry will get the kill there. Blink not quite done for Classic just yet, but it's moments away. And he will manage to secure his own retreat. Classic, no pylon in production, but his Nexus is going to complete. Unfortunately, that does mean no warp-ins, but, well, fortunately for him, 4 probes did just get killed. And, I mean, fortunately, maybe not. You still want the probes. No, that's not fortunately. It will keep his supply block timer low, though, since he wasn't actually at the supply cap. It's like ordering a Diet Coke after you've ordered a triple cheeseburger. You know, it's like you're not actually doing anything really that's helpful. Ooh, bait on the Void Ray. That's going to go down. Will it? Yep. Does cost him 2 Phoenixes. That actually does mean now that Shield Battery will nullify any ability to kill probes. At least while it has energy. I mean, you're going to be doing so much damage so quickly that maybe you can even still get a kill. Not on the first lift, but maybe on the second. Classic adding on a Templar Archives. Both players, somehow their Forge is within like a second of one another. That's actually crazy. Classic right on top of the +1 weapons. herO is chasing an Observer. Does he siege his own obs? Oh, he does, and he gets the kill. So sick. Sick City. JJ Tasteless. Blah. That was actually cool as hell. I love those little plays. SOS would already lost this game. Oh my god. Oh, you guys are funny. Classic is going to get caught wildly out of position here by herO. That's going to be a cancel now on the 4th base. Oh, Classic. Very awkward. He's going to get caught super, super hard. A lot of his units wandering very drunkenly. So Phoenix is deciding they want to die, but they will successfully distract a little bit of Stalker DPS. Maybe the best usage of them, actually. herO blinking very far forward. Will snipe his opponent's Prism. Zealots fighting probes. That is extremely good for herO. Extremely bad for Classic. And even with Defender's Advantage, even with an Archon, herO, as long as he doesn't get completely wiped out with his army and chased down and routed, he has put this game out of reach for Classic. Classic is going to have +1 weapons faster, sure. But herO's going to be on that 4th base. He's going to have that Templar Archives. He's going to have that +1 completing very shortly. And he is going to enjoy a significant eco lead. He's a base up, but it's more than that. He's a lot of workers up. And any window that Classic might have had to get something done on a counterattack has slammed shut as these Archons complete, as the +1 weapons completes, as the Static defense at the 4th base completes. Classic is going to try and take a really good defensive fight and hope for the best, and that is actually his best chance. And this is the one spot where herO tends to sometimes make big blunders, but he's going to blink forward, snipes down the Prism immediately. Oh, he does load up into his own Prism and loses it with 4 units inside. With the Guardian Shield, with the Archons, with the massive eco lead. herO's going to be just fine here. Classic is not even going to be able to hold this setup of units, it seems. Yeah, wow. herO didn't even need the Prism there still. He'll just take game 1. Pew. Like a bullet. There's something to be said for just, yeah, once again, hitting your opponent in the face. Not necessarily with the cleanest punch, but with the fastest punch before they can have their guard up. And that's kind of what it felt like herO just did there at the very end. Like, he just went immediately. Oh. Is that everybody in the lobby? I feel like it might not be. But maybe it is? Oh, we didn't get Indy, did we? If Indy missed it, yeah, let him know. He can follow my terrible observing. He'll be like, oh, thanks so much, Steadfast. That's okay. I think I'd rather watch paint dry. Haha, thanks, though. Steadfast Fury Punch OP. Yep. I'm renowned for my sloppy but very unexpected and fast punches. Renowned. How would you get a reputation like that? Like, oh yeah, this guy throws really unexpected punches. They're not good, but they're like, they're unexpected, and that's where they're best. Do you mean like, is that a metaphor for something? No, I mean it literally. So, why would people want to hang out with him? Oh, it's a really great question. He sucks. He's the worst. Anyway, spawning down on the bottom left, it's T1's herO. In the red. And his opponent spawning up the top right, it's Classic. In the blue. And he did this in the previous game they played on this map, I believe. It was the tucked in wall. The I don't want to get proxy roboed wall. Meanwhile, now Classic slipping out a probe just before herO's probe shows up. herO going with a standard scout timing while it's Classic that is embracing the chaos of PvP. Then I think you do need to do that against herO. I think you gotta... You've gotta not stoop to his level, but you've gotta join him in the mirror dimension. Because stooping to his level makes it seem like there's some like it's somehow lowbrow. But no, that's not what it is. It's more like joining him in a place where time doesn't exist. And just things don't make sense. All right, Proxy Stargate here from Classic. They make sense, but they don't make sense. Oh. I thought that might have been a dangerous play. It is going to be a defensive robo from herO. Yeah, Classic. Getting a herO to kind of take the bait, so to speak. herO so good with this probe harass. And just being a nuisance. Oh, he does see that it's double Adept. Wouldn't have necessarily been a given. It could have been Stalker Adept. Meanwhile, Classic is going to... Well, he's going to lose his probe. I'm a little worried that he might have just given up kind of where the proxy was. But herO wants to have some defense against this Adept as double Adept of his opponent as well. There's going to be double Adept, double Stalker into Stalker Sentry. It is a 3-gate robo play from herO. It's going to be Prism first. Here comes this Oracle, though. Oh, okay. Looks like herO is preparing for this. 3:30 is around the timing. But if you think a proxy Oracle's coming, that's when you want to be in position. And we can see that, well, right on schedule. Choo-choo. Classic is... Yeah, he's got a good enough SimCity that this is not going to be easy to get in here with. Immortal is in production. Looks like herO does want to expand, though. Adepts are going to shade forward. Body block of the Stalkers, unfortunately, was not able to prevent this from getting in here. herO gets 4 probes. That ain't bad. That ain't bad at all. And the second Oracle for Classic has been produced. herO expanding. He's going to warp in another Stalker, another Sentry at home. Maybe 2 more Stalkers and a Sentry? Or a Stalker and 2 Sentries? I don't know. Prism. Oh, look at this. That's nice. That's a... I like that a lot. I like that quite a bit. Hallucinated Phoenix sees a probe on the natural, sees that it has not yet been taken. And we'll see exactly when it does start. So herO is just going to kind of have a bit of an advantage here. That's a really far away stasis trap. Is he thinking he can bait him into going like just insanely far out? Or maybe it's that he knows there's a robo and the chance of an observer being there for detection is quite high. So he's like, okay, it has to be really far away. Otherwise, your observer is just going to see it. Classic hoping, yeah, herO's going to move out here. At least initially. But herO's the one with the expansion. Oh, does he drop these? Oh, he's not able to drop a defensive battery. Prevent this shade forward. Classic will grab a couple of probes very quickly. He's now got his own sentries here as well. herO, funnily enough, sieged both the... Classic is... Oh my god. Okay, this is going to be weird. I think this is very good for herO, actually. Classic. Oh, no, my god. It's really good for herO. Really bad for Classic. Probes, though, are going to get hit super, super hard. But the stasis trap, the future sight stasis trap, he foresaw that herO would move out. Oh, but Classic, caught snoozing with the Oracles. Oof, saves 1. He foresaw that he would get trapped and lose a fight really badly. Yeah, 4 Stalkers and a Sentry. That's a lot for basically hull damage on 1 unit. Is there any way that Classic holds here? It does not look promising, I'll say that. herO's still ahead in workers, by the way. And is adding more. There's a shield battery added in. Oh, Prism's got to be careful. Classic didn't even shoot at it. So it's at full shields, full HP still. And these units are trapped. Yeah, Classic, he is in way too much trouble. There's not enough stuff. He's going to pull the probes and try and get on top of this. On the other side of the map, the Oracles are getting damage done. But herO's just got too much power in this army. Even as his front line gets taken out, the probes are gone. There's 2 Immortals left over, and herO will muscle through Classic and gets it done. Very well done by herO. And he will prevent the racket reset, only dropping, I think, a single map on the tournament today for today's Monday Night Weekly. Is this on YouTube or Twitch? It is going to be on Twitch. Is your sponsorship viewing good on YouTube as well? It is through Twitch, so it is only going to be for Twitch. In fact, I'm gonna shut off the YouTube stream for that. There's no point in having it up. But that does bring us to the end of today's stream for the YouTube side. Congratulations to herO. He does take down the Monday Night Weeklies number 47. These are funded for the next this week and at least 3 more weeks. Big shout out to TKL. He's put in a ton of work to organize that. If you do want to support Monday Night Weeklies, exclamation MNW in the chat. It is a pinned chat message. Yeah, herO just a little too strong today. As he has been. Oh, you know what? No. He dropped a few matches today. Yeah, he dropped a map to Skilless, a map to MaxPax, and a map to Classic. But it takes a Protoss to kill a Protoss. Thank you very much for everyone tuning in on YouTube. Bye-bye, YouTube. Bye-bye. Wait, bye-bye, YouTube. And if you do want to head on over from there, I'm going to link this in the chat. That should work. Favorite Twitch caster. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we will resolve the prediction. Yep, it was herO. That could be fun, More Thunder. That could be fun. It's just one of those things I think it needs to be set up kind of ahead of time. I think we would complement each other quite well, actually. Probably. We just got to keep the balance wine at arm's length, you know? Sometimes I'll stare at the... what do you call it? The herp-a-derp, the prediction, for a while and be like, what is it? What am I trying to do here? Okay, YouTube, bye-bye. We'll be back.